All right, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Skill Garage Business Analysis Fast Track course. I'm happy to have you here. You will need approximately 4 hours, anywhere between 3 to 4 hours, to get the best out of this session today. And I hope you're ready for that. Okay, I have structured this course in such a way that a tech newcomer like yourself can easily understand the concepts. So I won't be throwing too much jargon at you. I will make sure that you understand every single bit of what we'll be doing today. Probably because you might not be familiar with the concept of business analysis. For example, instead of me saying something like this, I assure you that each concept will be meticulously deconstructed and elucidated with precision, employing accessible yet intellectually rigorous discourse to ensure comprehensive cognitive assimilation and semantic clarity. Instead of me saying that, I would simply say, I promise to explain everything in a very simple and clear way so you will understand it all without getting confused. So I think you prefer the second from the first. So that is what I mean by making things clear. Now, let me establish quickly that you do not require a tech background to understand this session. So if your worry is that you don't have a tech background, please keep that worry aside because today I will be helping you understand things even without a tech background. It does not matter if you do not have a tech background or experience, this was put together with you in mind. So, who are you? Who should be the right audience for this call? All right. Number one, you are looking for clarity. So you've been hearing about business analysis. You've looked here, you've looked there. The more you look, the more you get confused. All right. So if you're such a person looking for clarity as to what business analysis is about, this is actually for you. Now, if you're someone who is tired of your current job or career and you want a change, perhaps you're looking for a change in your current job or career, this is also for you. If you want to work from home, you want a work from home job that pays well. These days, I know people are beginning to go hybrid, but there's still that possibility of working from home. Then this is for you. If you're looking for more time for your family, for your loved ones, while making more than you currently do right now, this is also for you. Now, you also want to be able to go on vacations, do the things that you love without having to go broke while you're doing that. This is also for you. And you want to get on early enough on a career that will not be replaced by AI. And I'll be talking about that later in this course. So you have to stay tuned. All right. I'll be telling you about some of the jobs that will be fading off by 2030 in the next 5 years, according to the WEF. So I'm going to be showing you all of this in today's class. You want to get on a career that will not be affected by AI. This is also for you. Or you simply just want to 3x your current salary or increase it by 45, an average of $45,000. Maybe you're currently on maybe 45,000 right now. You want to increase it by another 45,000, or you want to 3x, whatever it is that you're earning right now. This is also for you. Well, let's hear from one of our.
I'm Konye, and I successfully transitioned into tech from a career in insurance. Just last year, I was earning about 50,000. Today, I'm on a salary of over 90,000. Doing work that challenges me and excites me, gives me real growth. If you ever feel stuck or underpaid in your current role, I'm here to tell you transitioning into tech is worth it. The Skill Garage gave me the tools, the structure, and the support to make the switch, and they can do the same for you. Now's the time, bet on yourself.
Yes, so now is the time to bet on yourself. So if you want to move from a surviving role or a surviving job to a thriving job, then you need to be here. Now, one thing I need to assure you is the fact that you can bring your current and past experience with you. You know, there are some roles and some careers you need to transition to, and you have to build from scratch. Business analysis is not one of such. With business analysis, you do not need to build from scratch. You can actually bring your accountant experience with you. You can actually bring your lecturer experience with you. I was once a lecturer and I'm going to give you my story. Okay. You can bring any sort of experience with you, and that will be fine. We'll be able to accommodate that. We'll be able to show you how to use that experience to transition into a business analysis career. I will be showing you how to use your skills and experience that you have right now to bag a six-figure business analysis role in this fast track course. But let me tell you about myself quickly, all right? Because sometimes, you know, some of you are meeting me for the first time. You probably don't know who I am. So it'd be nice for me to just tell you who I am, and we can go from there. So who am I? Why should you listen to me? Why should you even take me serious in the first place? All right. Why do I speak with so much confidence and conviction that I can help you make this transition that you seek? Well, my name is Michael Ackman, and a few years ago, I was just like you. I graduated first class from the university. I was best overall student in my school. I later became a university lecturer. Listen, all of that would not matter at some point. Well, I moved to the UK. Of course, as a lecturer, you want to move on in the ranks. So I went for my master's, I went for my PhD in chemical engineering. And long story short, at some point, 2 years into my PhD, I lost my scholarship. And that was where all hell broke loose. Now, if you've ever lived in London, or any one of you who live in London can attest that this is an expensive city, you need money. And that was when I began doing menial jobs. For me, I would wake up 5 a.m. in the morning, I would go clean offices. I'd later go in the day to clean people's houses. I would do furniture moving. I would become a handyman. I would set up IKEA. I would do IKEA assembly, and I would teach GCSE physics and maths from 5 a.m. till about 12 p.m. when I get back home. And I repeat the same cycle. I did that for almost 1, 2 years until I got really tired. This was it's a snapshot of my apartment while I was in London. It's the only thing I could afford. Really, really crazy. I slept with rats. You can see that this is one of those rat traps I had there, right? So just to let you know that I've been in the same shoes. I've walked this road with you. So I I can actually tell you what it feels like and what that transition journey also looks like. All right. But I woke up one morning and I told myself, no more. It is enough. I need to find something that pays. All right. I started searching the internet like most of you are searching. Some of you are hearing about business analysis, project management, product management. Well, today we are focusing on business analysis, and that's why you're here. So I started searching how could I make more money and do less work? I wanted to be more, I wanted to be much smarter with the way I was earning. And that was how I stumbled on business analysis through a mentor that I met in the UK. Some of you will probably know this guy, all right? And he was my mentor for business analysis over like 12 years ago. And that was how I was able to transition to business analysis. Now, like they say, the rest is history. And since then, I was able to make my move from being a broke university lecturer to becoming a six-figure business analyst consultant. I've worked with 20 plus global brands like Abbott, Rogers, Barclays, RBC, Telos, ABB, etc. as a business analyst consultant. I have over 10 plus years of experience when it comes to consultancy experience across multiple verticals, whether it's health, finance, wealth management, hospitality, e-commerce, retail, real estate, name it. I've been consulting for more than 10 years now in this space. So I know what I'm talking about when I open my mouth to talk. I am a certified BA, I'm a certified Scrum Master, I'm a certified product owner. In 2024, I was nominated BMO Black Entrepreneur of the Year And earlier this year, I was nominated as an entrepreneur of impact. So featured on NBC, CBS, and ABC, the Skill Garage, which is the platform we are on right now, has been featured on these platforms. I built a world-class EdTech academy from scratch with over 220 plus five-star Google reviews as of today. You can go check that out on the internet, right? And I've helped more than 200 motivated professionals transition seamlessly to tech in the last 4 years, and we're still counting. And I've added over $25 million to the collective income of the BIPOC community. Now, I believe that with these numerous success stories that I have, and my repertoire, my pedigree, my CV, I believe I'm in a good position to be able to tell you what business analysis is about. I'm in a good position to help you when it comes to transition. And you can see some of our success stories. The success stories do not lie. Yvonne is one of our students, making about $208,000 a year from being an SME product business analyst for one of the top banks here in Canada. And you can see when I was rejoicing with him in the success story. We have someone like Akram, who was able to transition to a product consultant role. All right, you can see the success story there. We have someone like Vidant, who was able to move from his sales and marketing role in TELUS, and he was able to upgrade his role internally into a senior business analyst role. We have someone like Dr. Christian, who was able to land 2 sweet roles in Maryland, USA. And we have someone like Olamide Shomoye, who was also able to land the role of an implementation consultant. Now, I'm trying to show you the diverse roles because some of you think business analysis only has to do with the title business analysis. I've shown you people becoming implementation consultant, solution consultant, business analyst, product consultant, product business analyst. It means that there is diverse opportunities just from this one, okay? Okay, yes, just from this one thing, just from this one business analysis training. Okay, and this is some of our
Hello everyone,
stories.
this is
Jay.
Jay. I'm currently working as a product owner in a remote environment and making more than 100k. And all this became possible because of Skill Garage. Almost a year ago, I was just making 45k and really struggled with life. And I decided to move on to tech. And it was not an easy decision, but Skill Garage made me believe that with the right skills, tools, and the industry knowledge, everything is possible. And also, they provide me all the support and mentorship what I need to get successful. So, if you're looking to move into tech, Skill Garage is 100% a right choice. Thank you.
All right, so we had to put in a real face to the face because sometimes people are skeptical and think that we do fabricate these stories. These are real people, real people that we help to make this transition into tech, and that is Jay giving his own success story. And we have so many of these success stories. You can check that on our Instagram page. At least every week, we are always having 1 or 2 people telling us about their success story, telling us about how they've made their transition. Now, just seeing that smile on their faces, being able to help families move from where they are to where they want to be, that is really a motivation for me. So many more success stories, and I want to believe that you on this call will be one of those success stories very soon, and I will celebrate you. So why should you listen to me? Of course, simple. I can give you results. That's all. That's all that I can brag about. I can brag about the results that I produce. Okay? So are you ready to do what it takes to be able to get that result? If you are, then I am game. I am ready to bet on you. The question is, are you ready to bet on yourself? Because I am ready to bet on you. All right. So if you're ready to bet on yourself, sit back, relax. It's going to be a long journey tonight. It's going to be a long journey today. It's going to be a long journey this afternoon, whatever time it is that you're watching this. All right. Because whatever time you're watching this, it's going to be a long journey. Let me tell you what to expect. So what should you expect on today's business analysis fast track course? Number 1, you will learn in very simple, non-technical and relatable terms the fundamentals of business analysis, what it is, and what it entails. So I'll be bringing to you clarity. Number two, you will learn about how to enable change through projects as a business analyst. I'm going to help you see that. Number three, you will learn about the software development lifecycle, which is a critical part of what you need to know as a business analyst. Number four, you will learn about the two major project methodologies, which are waterfall and agile. Number five, you will learn about requirements engineering for business analysts. And for those who wait to the end, I'll give you a discount to enroll in our elaborate bootcamp program. So you can, wait for that. Okay, without further ado, I know most of you are waiting for us to jump right in, and that is what I actually want to do. So let's jump right in. Quickly, I want you to put that in the chat for me, if you can. I want you to tell me if you are new to business analysis. If you're new to business analysis, can you put new in the chat quickly? Put new in the chat if you are new to business analysis. If you're new to business analysis, put that in the chat while I share my screen. I can see a lot of people saying new. All right. Okay. So can you confirm that you can see my screen, please? Can you confirm that you can see my screen, guys? You can see my screen. All right. So we're about to move on. This is the point where I'll need you to listen attentively, all right? Because I will take my time to be a bit slow. I will take my time to make sure that the concepts are well understood, right? If you do have any questions, please put them in the chat. I will try to answer those questions. Make sure the questions are relevant to the conversation at hand, all right? Make sure that the questions are relevant to the conversation. Don't start asking me a question that is very way off from the conversation. At the end of this whole thing, I will entertain, extraneous questions, meaning questions that do not relate entirely to what we are discussing at the moment. Does that make sense? Right. So if you have questions that do not relate with what we are actually saying at the moment, I will still answer those questions. All right. But they will be treated as secondary, right? Because I don't want to be able to lose my line of thought. Is that okay? So that we can all make the best use of our time today. Is that okay? Are we on the same page? All right. So what is business analysis? Business analysis, according to the Babok Guide, Babok here stands for Business Analysis Book of Knowledge. So here we have Babok. Okay, so Babok here stands for Business Analysis Book of Knowledge, just like you have the Project Management Book of Knowledge. IIBA here stands for International Institute of Business Analysis. And according to the International Institute of Business Analysis, in the Babok Guide, we've been told that, I'm just going to move these things around. We've been told that business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an organization by defining needs and recommending solutions that deliver value to stakeholders. Please listen carefully, especially for those of you who are new to business analysis. I'm going to be doing a lot of explanations here. Now, this particular definition is self-explanatory. However, I want to make it even much more simple. I want you to leave this session today without having to second guess what business analysis is about. You can wake up in the middle of the night and you are asked what exactly is business analysis, and you will be able to tell anybody at any time what business analysis is without having to read a textbook, without having to, memorize anything. That is my intention here today. So let's break that down. To help me break this down, I'm going to look at some very keywords in this definition. The first keyword I'm going to take is the word change. The second keyword is the word organization. Please stick with me. The third that I'm going to take is the word needs. And I'm going to take this one called solutions. And then I'm going to take this one called value. And maybe we can talk about stakeholders at some point. So quickly, let's do that. Now, when you talk about change, what is change? How do we define change? That's a very good one. What is change? Here, we said that business analysis is the practice of enabling change. The question is, what exactly is change? How can we witness change? How does change happen? What perspectives do you have to look at for you to say that change has occurred? Now, from my 10 plus years of experience doing this job, okay, I have seen change happen in two major ways. Two major ways. The first is you creating something new. And the second is you modifying something that already exists. That is change for you. So when you say that a business analyst or business analysis is the practice of enabling, meaning facilitating, meaning catalyzing, facilitating, you are the one, making sure that we are able to actualize this change. So a business analyst helps to actualize the change. But the question is, what exactly is change? So we're saying that change is you creating something new or modifying something that already exists. Now, let me give you an example. Say, for example, you remember when we had COVID, right? Remember when we had COVID? For those of you who were born that time. Remember when we had COVID? I think it's about 5 years now. When we had COVID, in certain parts of the world, if not in most part of the world, businesses had to be conducted mostly online. Now, for those businesses that were not online at the time, they needed to move online because there was now a ban of people having to come into physical spaces. And even if they came into physical spaces, there were certain restrictions, all right, that limited the flow of people in and out of that physical space, right? Good. Now, for those who did not have a website at that time, started building websites. Now, website is not new. The concept of website is not new. But for that business, it is new. So you can actually say that with respect to that business, you have created something new. Although the concept of a website is not new, the fact that the business has now moved online is actually new to the business. Now, that is where you can see that change is actually with respect to the organization, not with respect to a concept. For example, if you talk about digital transformation, that's a concept. But has that organization done digital transformation? You see? So when you talk about business analysis, we are talking about change in an organization. So let me break that down. So now you agree with me that change can only happen in two perspectives. Number one is either you are creating something new, like the guy who creates a new website, okay, because there is restriction on people coming to a brick and mortar store to purchase something. creating a new website for that organization, for that business, is a change. Now, let's talk about an organization that already had a website, but people could not make purchases on the website. Listen to that. They already had a website, but people could not make purchases. Now, when they realized that people needed to make purchase on the website, and they didn't, it has to move from just being informational to being functional. They now introduced or modified the website, added some more features, created a payment gateway so that customers that come on this website can now make payments. What you're going to say in that situation is that they've been able to modify that website. So whether you are modifying something or you are creating something that has never existed for that entity, you can always refer to this as change. Let that be at the back of your mind. Is that okay? Let that be at the back of your mind. Now, let's now talk about organization. I'm taking you somewhere here. What is organization? Or what makes up an organization? What's an organization? What makes up an organization? Now, for you to say this is an organization, one or more of these elements that I'm about to tell you will definitely exist. One or more of these elements I'm about to point out to you will definitely exist. So, what are these elements? An organization will be made up of products or services that a product that they sell or services that they render. An organization will be made up of processes. They will have processes. An organization will have policies. An organization will have technology that is being employed. An organization will have people. So an organization would have product, processes, policies, technology, people, whether the people creating the product or rendering the services or the people that they render the service to. Now, an organization will have one or more of these things. So what does that mean in terms of our definition? It means that business analysis, if we say business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an organization, what we are simply saying is that business analysis is the practice of creating a new product for that organization, is the practice of creating a new process for that organization. Maybe that the process that the organization was actually using became ineffective, you see, or there were new laws that were introduced and they now need to change and modify, change that whole process so that it can now be compliant. Are you getting me? This is very important. This is the foundation of every single thing I'm going to say in today's class. Even to understand this, you are set. If you understand this the first 45 minutes I'm going to take trying to explain this is critical. And that's why I'm going to take my time to make sure you understand this. Because every other thing I'm going to say is built on this thing I'm about to tell you. So, change, like I said, is creating something new or modifying something that already exists. So what that means is that you are creating a new product. You are creating new processes, maybe because the other process is not cost effective, or maybe it's inefficient, or you are having some bad steps in the process that is not well optimized. Okay? All right. You can also create new policies in the process. You can also create new technology. So maybe a particular department was using a particular technology and things are now outdated. It's now legacy. You have to move into a new technology. Or maybe you guys were not even using any form of technology. It was all manual. So you now had to move into an automated system. And some of you work in organizations where you've witnessed things like this. I'm coming for you. I would help you see that you've actually witnessed business analysis in action. It's just that you didn't know. Some of you are working business analysts. It's just that you've not tapped into that. You've not tapped into what you know. You've not tapped into your environment. You've not tapped into that experience. And that is why we are here today, to give you that clarity. Or creating new people. I know somebody was waiting for me to say that, right? Creating new people. How do you create new people? Relax. Remember that as a business analyst, you are facilitating change. And when you facilitate change, you change the way people work. You change what they use in their work. So you will have to bring them information. And when you bring information to people, you make them a new person, so to speak. The difference between you and somebody who is making 50,000 in a month is information. If you have the same information and the same opportunity, you are likely to make that same 50,000. So it means that when a business analyst brings new information to the people, okay, in terms of helping them to adapt to the new change or adopt the new change, then the business analyst is actually doing the job of change as a change agent. It's actually working as a change agent. So here you'll be dealing with things like training and training manuals. You'll see that in job descriptions. And I challenge you that after today's class, go and check job description of a BA. I can assure you that for most of you who knew nothing about business analysis, after today's session, after going through our session, make sure you stay to the end, you will be able to understand business analysis job descriptions when you go look at them afterwards. I can bet that. I can bet that. All right. So it's either you are creating something new, and this something could be the product, process, policies, technology, people, or you are modifying the product that was already there just to make it better, or the process that was already there, or the policy that was already there, or the technology that was already there, or the people that were already there, based on the information you provide. So in other words, you can say business analysis is the practice of creating a new product for that organization. Because sometimes your job will be about a new product. And that is why one of the things we teach in the more elaborate program, which I'm also going to give you a sneak peek, is product ownership. And that is why when I was showing you some of the success stories, you were hearing things like product business analyst, you were hearing things like product consultant, solution consultant, and you were wondering, how did they become this? It's because one of the extra things that I teach you is product ownership and product management. Why? Because as a BA, you are more likely to also create new products. You're also likely to modify products. You're also likely to work on processes. You're also able to modify processes. There's nothing you will do as a BA that will be outside these things that I've just mentioned. Nothing. Whether you become a BA in Mars, or you become a BA in Venus, or you become a BA on Earth, or you become a BA anywhere, it will be around these things. These 5 things I've mentioned: product, process, policies, technology, people. And it's either you are creating a new version of that, or you are modifying the one that already exists. If you're still with me, if you understand what I've just said up until this point, I want you to put a yes in the chat if you can. Put a yes in the chat if you're with me. I want to get feedback. If you're with me, put a yes in the chat if you're still with me. Now, it then goes ahead to say that business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an organization by defining needs. So it means that your business analysis work will only start when you understand the need. So meaning that an organization will not just create a change just because they love change. Or they don't want to spend money. No. An organization will bring you in, okay, because there is a critical need. Okay? There's a critical need for what? For change. So, what is need? What is need? Need is either a problem to be solved or an opportunity to be cultivated. So it's when you talk about need, need is a problem. It could be a problem. For example, our process is inefficient. We are not able to get 100% occupancy rate, or we're spending too much money trying to convert leads, or we are, it takes too much time to be able to do XYZ job. Maybe because the technology we are using is outdated. So we need to change it. So there will be a problem. There'll be a problem that needs to be solved. Sometimes it's not a problem. Sometimes it's an opportunity. Maybe entering a new market. That's not a problem. That's an opportunity. So you will first need to understand the need as a BA. And we are going to be talking about this at some point during the course of this conversation, of our conversation. We're going to be talking about this. So you will be assessing the need. You will try to understand the need. And how do you do that? Now, let me give you an example. If you had a plumber come to your house, a plumber came to your house, all right, he opens the door, he meets you at the door, you invite him in. Now, do you think that plumber is going to walk straight into your washroom and start tinkering with everything in the washroom? Do you think, however professional this plumber is, do you think that is what he's going to do? No, absolutely not. What this plumber is going to do is he will pull you aside. If your name is Femi, he's going to say Femi. If your name is Hisham, he's going to say Hisham. Mr. Hisham, or EK, or whatever it is your name is. All right. Or Mr. Mrs. whatever. And start asking you questions. What is the issue? Where can I help? What's happening with your washroom? Is it your shower? Is it this? And then you start telling him what is the problem, right? You start telling him, oh, no, it's the drain. Oh, no, it's the water system. Oh, it's the faucet. Oh, it is this, it is that, right? He's trying to understand the need. Now, as a business analyst, that is what you do. You also try to understand the need. We call this elicitation. You see? We call that, you would have heard about it, and I'm going to talk more about it later. We call it elicitation. Remember, for those of you who are new, I'm trying to make sure that you understand this thing properly. Because sometimes when you see things from the other side of the fence, you think it's too complicated. You think it's just too complex for you to, and the more you're looking on YouTube, the more you get frustrated. You're like, what the heck? Now, I want to ensure that you can gain the clarity that you need here. Okay, so you want to understand the need. Some of you are going to ask questions. You're going to ask questions. We call this interviewing. In some companies, they will give you a document. They will say, take, all you need to know is in this document. You see, we call that document analysis. So you go and look at the document. In some cases, you will be invited to observe things for yourself. You observe the problem. Maybe when they do this and do that, you observe the problem. You can observe. In some cases, you may need to send out a communique. You may need to send out a survey. And people will fill that survey, and by reason of filling that survey, you now begin to understand their problem. In some cases, you may even need to do your own personal research. You see, all these things is what we call elicitation. Why? Because you're trying to understand the need, and not just the need, you're trying to also understand how can we help, or how can we, make this need disappear. So in some cases, you will try to understand where they are now. You call that the current state. In some parlance, they will call it the as is. And then in asking more questions and trying to understand things, you will try to understand where they want to be. We call this the future state, or the to be. Now, tell me, if you know the current state and you know the future state, what they're looking for, it means that you know the gaps that exist, isn't it? And you can analyze that gap, isn't it? I know you've heard the word gap analysis, right? That is simply what it means. It means that you understand where this company is with their product. You understand where they are with their process. You understand where they are with this technology. You understand where they want to be. And based off the gap that exists, just like you are somewhere now, which is your current state, and there is somewhere you want to be, which is your future state. And then you are analyzing that, I think I need a mentor to help me. You're analyzing the gaps that you need. You see? And that's we call it gap analysis. And by reason of this, you can now begin to understand certain things you need to do to close the gap. You now begin to know certain things. And this can even constitute your solution. So solution is not anything crazy. A solution could either be a new step in a process. A solution could be you are preferring a new technology to replace the current one. A solution could be an approach. A solution could be a new design. A solution could be any of these things. So basically, what we are being told is that business analysis is the practice of enabling change. Don't forget that change is what? Creating something new or modifying something that already exists in an organization. And simply what they are saying is that you're going to be working with a product, working with people, working on a process, or working on a technology or policy. But first, you need to be able to understand the needs and take us to the point where we can also identify solutions. But you're not going to do this alone, sir. You are going to be a collaborator. You'll be working with implementers. So don't think you're a solo solutionist. Okay? Don't think you're a solo person working alone, Mr. Soloist. No. You're not a soloist. You are a collaborator. That is the work you do as a BA. You work with people. You even work with subject matter experts. So here you are, BA guy or BA lady. All right? And then you've got the business on the one hand, you've got the client on the one hand, you've got the customer on the one hand, you've got the implementers, you've got the SMEs, you've got like the implementers, of course, your designers, your developers, name them. And then you're getting information there. You're also getting information there. You're making sure that everybody is in the loop and you are communicating the right information that needs. You're communicating the right thing. Communicate. I can't spell, eh? And then you're communicating this to the right audience and you're communicating the right stuff. Are you getting this? And at the end of the day, what we are saying is that your activity leads to value, meaning that by the time you have come, you've been able to move from the need. So when you move from the need to what we call the requirement, because by the time you begin to understand what needs to be done to close this gap, they'll become requirements. You document them as requirements, and we're going to talk about that. Requirement is the usable representation of a need. So usable representation of a need, meaning that by the time I fulfill this requirement, the need would have been dealt with. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's the usable representation of a need. Are you getting what I'm saying? So by the time you have this, you have to communicate it. And then those that will implement it will implement it. You remember, you're not the implementer. You are the facilitator. You are the enabler. You are the catalyst for this change. Are you getting what I'm saying? All right. So at the end of the day, the essence of doing all of these, putting the solution together, is so that we can derive value. Value. Can you see that? Value. What is value? Value refers is benefit. Benefit. Benefits. That's what that value is. So meaning that, these are the kind of things that you express on your resume, okay? Where you say 13% increase in sales. You see, that thing that you implemented actually brought about 13% increase in sales. You put that in your resume as an achievement, right? Okay. You were able to automate that is value. Because you are capturing these values. Can you see that? You're capturing these values on your resume. And I'm going to teach you how to use that eventually in landing a role. Because some of these things already exist at the places where you work. All right. Yeah, it already exists at the places where you work. Yeah, change. Tell me, is there any one of you who work in a place where there is no change? Tell me, anybody. If you raise up your hand, I'll just tell you to leave that company. In the past 5 years, there's never been change. You've not witnessed any form of change in the past 5 years in the company where you are. Change. You've never witnessed change. They didn't do anything new to their process. They didn't modify anything at all. Eh? Any one of you like that? Can you think of any forward-thinking, progressive company, organization that does not undergo change? Think about. I give you some time. Just think properly. Think. Tell me, any progressive, forward-thinking company that hasn't undergone change in the next 5 years? You see? It's difficult to think about it. So, and the whole essence of business analysis revolves around change. And I'm going to show you that some of you are already business analysts. Okay, without wasting more time, because there's a lot to do. I hope you're following. I hope you're getting the point. It therefore means that if I want to redefine business analysis, I can redefine business analysis as the practice of enabling something new or modifying something that already exists, which could be a product, a process, a technology in that organization, by defining the problems, defining the opportunity, defining the pain point, and recommending features after I have related with all the people that are working with me, after I've related with the developer, after I've related with the subject matter expert, after I've related with the business, after I've related with everybody I need to relate it with. Remember, I'm a collaborator. At the end of the day, I can now, bring all this information that I have together and be able to say, okay, we can implement this feature, this step, this design, that approach, and it's going to deliver benefit to everybody and anybody that is affected or that affects this project, to all the stakeholders on this project. That, my friend, is business analysis in its simplest terms. If you understand what business analysis is from what I've just explained, I want you to put yes in the chat quickly, if you can. If this is clear as the day, I want you to say yes. I want you to put yes in the chat. And you can even, I want you to put yes in the chat. Perfect. Now, let's talk about who is a business analyst. Now, that may sound like, Michael, you're repeating the same thing, right? Like you already told us what business analysis is. So, of course, we should know who a business analyst is. But there's something I want to show you here. Okay? There's something I want to show you here. Somebody's saying, I do this every day. Okay. Welcome. You're a BA. So, who is a business analyst exactly? Hold on, I'm going to show you. To help us answer this question, all right, let's take a definition, because if I told you, if it comes from me, you would say, he's just trying to, he's trying to be tricky. He's trying to play a fast one, something like that. All right. If I decide to go in that you might say, he's trying to be this, he's trying to be that. But let's take it from the textbook. So you see it's from the textbook, right? I'm not a textbook guy, but let's take this one from the textbook. So at least you'll be at ease, not thinking I'm trying to hoodwink you into thinking something that isn't, right? So to help us answer this question, let's look at the definition of business analyst according to the Barbour Guide, version 3.0. Now, according to the Bible guide, it says a business analyst, give me a minute. It says a business analyst is any person, any person, it said any person, whether you are Jess or Kemi or Kike or Mary or Ini or whatever. It said it's anybody, or your Mars or your Mike or your Nancy, all right, or Latunde or Prasad. It doesn't matter. It says any person who performs business analysis task, no matter their job. I told you it doesn't matter. No matter the job title or organizational role. Because some of you, I'm going to show you some resumes very soon. I'm going to show you some resume. Because some of you would say, oh, but I'm just a customer service agent, isn't it? I'm just a customer service agent. But there's a lot to your customer service you don't know. You're doing the job of a BA. I'll tell you, just relax. Some of you say, I work in the warehouse. I work in the warehouse. You work in the warehouse? Okay. Is there logistics? Is there supply chain? Is there a process to that? Ah, okay. Maybe you're not getting it yet. But it says here that any person who performs any business analysis task is actually a business analyst. So, what are the things from what I have said? What do you think would be a business analyst task? What do you think would be a business analyst task? What do you think would be a business analyst task? A business analyst would do needs assessment, where they try to identify the need, they try to understand the need, they try to understand, okay, what opportunity lies here. I told you about the current state, okay, understanding the current state of that particular process or product, understanding the future state and all of that. They will do needs assessment. It's one of the things that they will do. They will do elicitation. And I talked to you about elicitation. It's like gathering information. Elicitation is gathering information. So they'll be gathering information from different sources, from diverse sources. Is one of the jobs they will do. It's one of the tasks. They will be solutioning with the rest of the team. So thinking about, oh, how can we make this better? You see, they'll be solutioning with the rest of the team. When they are solutioning with the rest of the team, part of the work that they will do from elicitation, they will document it. They will analyze. So elicitation, they will move to analysis and documentation. So they will analyze what they have received, the information that they've collected. They will analyze it. They will look at it. And as part of those analysis, sometimes, as part of that analysis, sometimes they will have to maybe put a process flow together. As part of that analysis, maybe they will have to put a mock-up or a wireframe together. As part of that analysis, they may need to go back into a meeting with some of the stakeholders. As part of that analysis, they may need to send an email to ask further questions, you see? And then they will document it for reference after verifying that the information that they have received is right. You see? Of course, yes, they will prefer and recommend solutions. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, when you talk about creating reports is part of documentation. And then they can also do what is called tracing, requirement tracing. So they trace the requirements and monitor. They will track and trace requirements. So let me put it as track and trace. So they will track and trace, meaning that if requirements change, because people can change their minds. If requirements change, they make sure that they update that requirement. They know why it changed. They will also evaluate solution. That's one of the things they can do. Evaluate solution. to see whether the right thing has been created. Did we create the right thing? Did we do the right thing? So here they may be doing things like testing. So basically, listen, if you've ever done if you've ever added value to an organization or a process in any of these ways, whether you've driven change, you've improved business process, you've helped to launch a new product or service, you've improved a current state of a product or service, or you've helped business to maximize profit and save cost, or you've made a process more efficient, or you've helped the business gain competitive advantage, or you've recommended solutions to prevailing problems, or you've helped a business maximize opportunities by entering a new market, and more. I can't even mention, and more. Listen, you are a business analyst. You are a business analyst already. You just need to harness it. And that is how my students have been able to take their experiences through mentorship. They've been able to take their experiences and be able to flip it. It's their experience. They don't have to lie. Their experience, their personal experience. I'm going to show you some very solid experience. You will be shocked at the kind of experiences people have, and they can't use it. They can't use it to get a BA job. Come on. Stop sitting on your gold mine. It's time to work that gold mine. Now, let's just take a quick one. I have 9 here out of numerous things. 9. Now, let's just do a quick survey. If you've done 1 out of this 9, just you can write on your piece of paper or put in the chat 1/9. If you've done 2, put 2/9. If you've done 3, 3/9. If you've done 9, 9/9. I want to see those that are already BAs here. Or if you are already a BA. I know some who are saying 9/9, 9/9. Now, these are some of the things we ask you when we sit with you for your resume clinic, because we want to know some of the things you've done. Because these things, you can't just throw them away. Remember, I said that you can take your baggage with you. Business analysis is not one of those places where you abandon everything you did and want to start from scratch. This is why you can claim 3 years of experience if you had 3 years of experience before. This is why you can claim 5 years of experience if you had 5 years of experience before. Listen, if you're looking to transition to tech, let me give you something. Let me tell you something quickly. Yeah, I see those of you who are actually putting something in the chat. So let me tell you something. If you're looking to transition to tech, you want to look at 3 things. Number 1, you want to look at the ease of learning. Listen, in the early days of the Skill Garage, I used to teach business analysis in 1 week. And my students got job the next week. That is to show you how easy it is to learn business analysis. It's easy. Let's be factual. It's one of those tech, it's not like some other, I don't want to mention some other courses, but it's not like some other courses where you need to be a bit more technical. You need to know this and know that and know, not like that. Business analysis is actually weaved into the things which you already do. It weaves itself into your daily activity. You can see it in the things which you currently do, in the work which you currently do. That is how easy it is. So the ease of learning is one of the things you want to actually look at. Okay? The ease of transition is another thing you want to look at. And listen, don't let anybody fool you. I see people, I see success stories every time. Don't let anybody fool you. Yes, the market is this, the market is that, but people are getting jobs. And you know why the ease of transition is huge here? Is because with business analysis, I will show you that there are more than 100+ job titles that fit under this category. So you can transition as a product owner, transition as a product manager, transition as a consultant, implementation consultant, transition as a solution consultant, transition as a customer service business analyst, transition, come on, is numerous. Somebody will even say is plenty. So the ease of transition is there. And when you are looking to transition, of course, you're looking for high reward. So you're looking for 1, 2, 3, something that checks these boxes. High reward. I've shown you people with 208 earning 208,000. People earning they move from 50K to 95K. People moved from 35K to 105,000. I saw that recently, just recently. We had somebody who was earning 35,000 from a factory, and now he's earning 105,000 being a product owner. Easy money. So you want to look at these 3 and tick the box. Okay, quickly. Job functions of a business analyst. So let's begin to wrap this part up. Let's begin to wrap it off. Job functions of a business analyst. So a business analyst will justify the need in some cases, okay, because sometimes even before we undergo a project, a business analyst may be summoned to help us look into the need, okay? I may not be able to talk too much about that today. I may talk about it briefly within the course of our time on this call, hopefully, fingers crossed, but it may be needed to justify the need. This is what we call business case. For some of you who have heard that term before, it's called business case. You're justifying the need, right? We call it the business case. All right. You also define the need. That's one of the things you'll do. Current state, future state. You manage stakeholders. You facilitate meetings. You gather requirements. You question requirements. So sometimes it's not everything they tell you, you swallow hook, line, sinker. Sometimes every time you have to also bring your head to the game. You question. I remember one time there was this particular stakeholder. I was working this particular project for one of the biggest contact lens company in the US, in fact, in the world. Yes, they're the biggest in the world. And we were putting some things together for the patient clinician portal. And it was more like also secondarily, it's going to act like a prescription plus e-commerce portal, okay, for the organization. So this particular stakeholder came in and said, Michael, I'll need us to create a feature where, the patient is able to add multiple clinics. Okay, now that sounded very nice, right? It sounded very nice. Oh, the patient has multiple clinic and putting multiple clinic, it sounded nice. But we were doing things, there were other things we were working on that is actually equally important. Why can't we just limit them to 1 clinic? Why should we do 2 clinics? That's going to take more time. That's going to put more things to the scope of work. How do I deal with this? So I asked him a simple question. I was questioning this requirement. It sounds nice. It looks like it's, it aligns with the business objective. But then I asked him, how many people in your customer base right now use multiple clinics? He was like, oh, that's a good question. Michael, let me get back to you. I said, okay, take your time. Get back to me. I'm not putting this in until you get back to me. Oh, yes, I'm going to get back to you. So he got back to me. He eventually got back to me. And when he did, guess what? He said, I checked the database and it's roughly about 5,000 customers. Now, in your mind, you would think 5,000 customers is a lot, right? That's a lot. But here's here's where it gets interesting. I said 5,000 out of how many customers? 5,000 out of 1 million plus customers. So you want me to leave what I am doing for almost 1 million people and build a feature for 5,000 people? Okay. Let us be reasonable here. I asked him, these 5,000 people, what is their contribution to your bottom line? So I'm just telling you that sometimes you have to question requirements. You see, you're not a dummy. You're not a dummy just collecting information from everybody. You have to analyze. You have to ask questions. You see? So I asked, how much do they contribute? Because sometimes, the Pareto's law principle, the 80-20 principle could apply, meaning that 20% is responsible for 80% of the profit, and you get all that stuff, right? So I wanted to know if this is the case, where 5,000 people are responsible for 80% of the company's baseline. And then I asked and discovered that these people contributed 0.01% to the total revenue. I'm like, discard it. I can't be bothered. Please. And he agreed with me. He agreed automatically, because I was able to challenge the requirements without just, taking it and putting it. That is what the BA will do. You question the requirement. Do we really need this thing? Is it really necessary now? Can we do it later? Can we do it now? You see? So these are some of the things that the BA will do as part of his work in enabling the change. He will confirm requirements. He will analyze requirements, document requirements, communicate requirements, help team and stakeholders understand the requirements, monitor and track changes in requirements, test the solution if it meets the requirements. So you can see a whole lot of requirements. As part of his analysis of the requirements, he would probably engage in prioritization as part of his analysis of those requirements. Okay? It will test the solution to ensure that it meets requirements, and it will enable a successful change. Okay? So those are the job functions of a business analyst. Okay. The next thing is the competencies of a BA. What are the typical things you would see in a BA? What are the typical things you would, the typical traits you can expect in a BA? All right. Now I'm going to play this video. I want you to listen carefully. All right. I want you to listen carefully while I play this video. Just give me a minute, and we'll be on our way.
Kia ora, I'm Gemma. I'm a business analyst, and I work for Red.
Can you confirm that you can hear the sound? Can you confirm that you can hear the sound, guys? Can you confirm that you can hear the sound? Can someone help me confirm that you can hear the sound? Okay, cool. All right.
Red Vesper in Wellington. Business analysts solve problems. We help organizations to change up their people and culture or their business processes. People deal with stuff. They work around problems that they shouldn't have to. So the job of a business analyst is to make other people's lives easier. We help to get to the basics of what the business actually needs to work in the most effective way. It's not about having the answers readily available. It's about working with others to get that solution together. Quite a lot of big businesses have BAs. Government has a lot of BAs in it. I work for a consultancy. We often go into clients. You really get to see how different companies work. So every time I go into a new project, it's like the first day of a new job. You've got to just throw yourself in, admit that you don't know everything. And actually, part of that is admitting that the people around you know a lot more. And pulling on those knowledgeable people is a really good way to get in.
Oh, sorry, I was sharing the wrong screen the whole time. So I'm just going to reshare this, the competencies of a BA. We're going to start again from the top. Sorry, I was sharing the wrong screen, guys. So there you go. That's the right screen.
Kia ora, I'm Gemma. I'm a business analyst, and I work for Red Vesper in Wellington. Business analysts solve problems. We help organizations to change up their people and culture or their business processes. People deal with stuff. They work around problems that they shouldn't have to. So the job of a business analyst is to make other people's lives easier. We help to get to the basics of what the business actually needs to work in the most effective way. It's not about having the answers readily available, it's about working with others to get that solution together. Quite a lot of big businesses have BAs, government has a lot of BAs in it. I work for a consultancy, we often go into clients. You really get to see how different companies work. So every time I go into a new project, it's like the first day of a new job. You've got to just throw yourself in, admit that you don't know everything, and actually part of that is admitting that the people around you know a lot more, and pulling on those knowledgeable people is a really good way to get involved. Having someone show you through what they do really highlights to them where things could be more user-friendly for them. Is often a really good time to ask, why are you doing it that way? Why? It's that toddler kind of mindset of being so inquisitive. It might be that they've never thought about it. It's just the way that it's always been done. Actually, that is something that we could make more efficient or more effective. To ask what they do and how it works for them often gets you to the point where you can see a lot of where the problems lie. Building relationships is a really important part of my job. Listening to people and really getting engaged in what's going on for them. It just makes it so much easier to have those conversations that are often quite difficult because it's about changing the way someone works and changing someone else's outlook on whether there's a problem. After a while, the awkwardness kind of disappears. So business analysts are often the translators between the customer and the developer of the solution. So that could be talking to customers, and that might be the people doing the job or the end customer of an organization, to understand exactly what they need, and then working with the developer of the solution to understand how we can make something work to solve those problems. Most BAs work as contractors, which means that they are self-employed and they go into different clients for periods of time, and then they have to find their next job. I work for a consultancy and they're responsible for finding me client projects. We get the opportunity to see so much different stuff as consultants. As a BA within a company, you're often there for a whole project and you get to see it from start to finish. But as a contractor or a consultant BA, you often come in for a small part of it, do the piece of work that needs to get done, and then hand it off to another team without seeing the whole thing through. I love variety. I thrive on it. I love being able to pick something up and make it better and then move on to the next thing. There's loads of different types of business analyst. It's really about finding what you love and letting that take you into the niche that works for you. Some of the skills you need to be a good BA is to be inquisitive and to always be asking questions. Being personable and getting on with everyone is a really kind of useful trait. Changing who you're working with and changing where you're working can often get quite uncomfortable, and you have to be happy to deal with that. You are always working in change and you're changing how other people work, and that's uncomfortable for people. So you have to be happy to manage other people's emotions as well as your own in a variety of situations. To know when enough's enough and when a solution is good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to work to solve the problem you're trying to solve. Most BAs kind of organically become BAs, so it's not so much specifically about the study that you do, more about your interest and your engagement and how inquisitive you are. I have a diploma, which I got back in the UK, and it kind of gave me the toolkit, and then there's loads of sort of specific business analysis qualifications that you can do, but they're more likely to be done on the job than before you start. I didn't know what a BA was when I took the job, and I think it's one of those things that's really hard to explain because it's so varied. The context of solving those problems and being really engaged and inquisitive in whatever you're trying to resolve is the most key thing, but the way you do that could be so different. If you're interested in the world around you and interested in making it better, I think it's a really cool role where you can make your own path. Being a business analyst gives me the opportunity to help other people to have an easier life, and I can't see anything that's more important than that.
All right, that was a good one. Okay, that was a good one. We will just move quickly. So I'd love you to share I'd love you to share what you heard. What stood out for you? What stood out for you in that conversation? Quickly. I'd like you to share what stood out for you in that conversation quickly. You can put that in the chat. What stood out for you in that conversation? What stood out for you in that conversation about business analysts, about who business analysts are? What stood out for you in that conversation? All right. I can also give you the opportunity to say something. If you raise your hand, I can actually unmute you and get you to talk, right? Okay. Somebody said curiosity, that the BA has to be, it said the BA has to be inquisitive, super inquisitive. And then curiosity needs to ask questions. Okay, somebody said personable. Absolutely. They need to be personable. Okay, you have to be the good cop. You need to be approachable, friendly. Use emotional intelligence. Okay, approachable, friendly. Approachable. Okay, I can see you would learn on the job. You learn on the job. You learn on the job. Okay. I also see passionate about what you wish to do. Okay. Good communicator. That's true. A communicator. Let's hear somebody. I can see a hand raised. So I'm going to unmute you to talk. So Tolu, go ahead. I'm going to unmute you. I've unmuted you, Tolu. So go ahead and say something. Go ahead, Tolu. I've unmuted you. I've unmuted you, Tolu. Go ahead and say something. You've been unmuted. Okay. I'll keep looking into the chat for those of you who are still typing, And she mentioned something about certifications, that the certifications are more likely to be gotten on the job or after the job. Did you hear that? She said that. You can go, maybe go back to the recording and listen again. She said that the certifications, especially for those of you who are clamoring, hey, certificates. I don't have the time to show you the breakdown, but I think I've done the breakdown before, because in US alone, there are about 250 something thousand business analysts. And the number of certifications that has been given globally is not even more than 35 or 45,000. But in US alone, there are more than 250 something BAs. Like BAs with the title BA. I'm not talking of something else. With the title BA, there are more than 200. So if you say the certification is what gives them a job, and the people issuing the certificates have only issued 45,000 globally, how then did the rest of the other people in the US, just US alone? I'm not talking of Canada. I'm not talking of the rest of the world. So you can see that it's not about the certificates, right? And she really hit a nail on the head there, especially for those of you who think it's about the certificates. Now, that is not to say certificates are not important in your quest to become a BA. Please get them if you can, okay? But you can actually become a BA without these certificates. I've seen that happen countless times. So I can tell you, okay, that this is right, that this is true. I can tell you that, okay, for a fact that is right. Okay. Okay, what else do you hear? That, your solution doesn't have to be perfect, right? It just has to work. And then you perfect it as you get along. All right. ABA is somebody who is super inquisitive. He's a problem solver, right? He's taking the initiative. So all these things you heard, in that video that I showed you just a few minutes ago. All right, let's now move into one or two things that I feel is very critical. And then from here, we'll move into something else. Now, big question. Will AI replace business analysts? That's a big question. Because, I wouldn't lie to you. We are getting into very critical times. And if you don't position yourself properly, some of you might be without a job very soon. Maybe not you, but most people will be without a job very soon. It's here. It's here already. So AI will increasingly transform the job market. It's already doing that. It will increasingly transform the job market, but there are roles that are much harder to fully automate or to replace. And so, what are those kind of roles? Any job that requires empathy, that requires some level of creativity, judgment, ethics, compliance, human connection. You can already begin to see business analysis in here. Anything that has to do with human connection will remain essential for the foreseeable future and hard to replace by AI. But what will happen is that rather AI will enhance how we carry out these roles. They will enhance it. They will assist us to be better. Instead of having to build a report that would usually take us 1 week, now a report can be done in 10 minutes. Just give it the right data, tell it what you got from the people, it will give you the right thing in 10 minutes. You see? So, but then I also want us to look at something critical. If you download the Future of Jobs, okay, the 2025 Future of Jobs from the World Economic Forum. This is where I got this from. Okay, so if you go online and download the Future of Work, this is not me. You can see here the jobs that will be stable. You can see here the jobs that will be created. And you can see here the jobs that will be destroyed. You don't want to be here. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be there. And this is by 2030, meaning that progressively, there is this market churn that is happening steadily. All right. Now, if you come in here and look at this, I'm going to try to see if you can. Most of you may not be able to see it. It's a bit tiny, but that's why I told you where I'm getting this from. It's from the WEF, World Economic Forum. So if you now begin to see the jobs that will decline and the jobs that will grow, now this shows you growth. Can you see that? It shows you growth. This shows you decline. Okay. Now, there are some that will really, really decline, especially those ones that are repetitive and manual, right? Now, but there are certain things that you will see here, very interesting. Now, look at some of these roles, like I told you, some of them are very hard to learn. For example, you see big data. Big data requires you to go to school. You have to really do some real work to be able to get, because data is now the new oil. AI will work on data, and that's the future. So you can expect this to be at the top. You can expect it to be at the top. Fintech engineers. All right. You can see AI. AI is going to be at the top. So meaning that all these jobs that are decreasing now is because of AI. Everything data, you can expect everything data and creativity to be at the top. So from robotics to DevOps to, even UI UX, those things are at the top. Now, let's now begin to see some more of these jobs that are really, really going to stay around. Can you see product managers? That is going to grow by at least 25%. You can see that there. It's going to grow. Business intelligence analysts is going to grow. Can you see that? I think I saw something here. Digital transformation specialist. That is a BA there. That's business analysis there, because you're doing digital transformations. That's what business analysts do. Digital transformation. So that is a business analyst there. Process automation specialist. So with BAs, you move things from manual to you automate stuff. That is a BA there. E-commerce specialists. So you're going to see roles, supply chain and logistics specialists. These are people that are going to work on systems and processes. So you're going to see that the work that is here has to do with data. Number one is top. It has to do with something that has to do with creativity, like the UI UX is second, and you're going to see something that has to do with processes. And that is BA, PO, even project managers. Can you see? Let me show you that. Let me show you the project managers. Even project managers, okay, will increase. These things are very tiny. I'm going to get it out for you. Look at it. Even project managers. Can you see that? So even WEF is telling you that these these jobs will stay. So you are better. And you can tell that these warnings come way before, 5 years before. So you have to position yourself. Now, if you don't have the brain to go and be doing big data, doing AI, learning LLMs, and doing agentic AI and all of that, at least you can be part of the people who facilitate it. Part of the people that are creating the future. And a BA is part of that. You can see digital transformation specialist, process automation specialist, e-commerce specialist. You have strategic strategists. You have management and organization analysts. Can you see that? So analysts will always be required. They will be required. There's no two-way about it. So it's high time you positioned yourself for these roles. So the question is, will AI replace these roles? The answer is no. Now, come to think about it. I told you that there are more than 100 plus roles that a BA can occupy. More than 100 plus. I'm just giving you 100, but there is more. You can see from a business consultant to business strategist, business process analyst. You can see that role, strategy consultant, solution consultant. These are roles that our people have gotten. Product consultant, you can even become a project manager, a program manager, change manager. We have people that have become change managers. Financial analyst, for those of you who already have a background in finance. Management consultant, business advisory consultant, agile consultant. You see? So there are several roles that you can occupy by just being a business analyst. You are vast. You are in an occupation that is progressive upward and forward. You see, it's upwardly progressive and it is forwardly progressive. Okay, so make no mistakes about that. Okay, the next thing is, do you need to be a tech guru to become a business analyst? The answer is no. You do not need to know how to code. You do not need to be overly technical to become a successful business analyst. No, you don't. You don't have to be overly technical. Oh, so Michael, how do you cope with technical stuff? Oh, there's what we call, because I don't teach everything here, there's what we call RACI, the RACI matrix. This C stands for consult, who you should consult. As a BA, your job is consult. If there are certain things that are being discussed that are technical, you consult the technical people. That is how I have survived in a technical world. And that is not to say you will not know little things. Of course, I'm going to show you the broader curriculum. We teach you things like APIs. We teach you things like front end, back end, so that at least you know some of the basics. So you will know some of the basics. But do you need to know the depths? Do you need to go in depth technical? No, 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 no. You do not need to code. So you do not need to know how to code or be overly technical. You need to know some certain little things which we teach as part of the curriculum. You can check the website, download our brochure, and you're going to see that there. You would learn some of those things. We handle them in a more elaborate program. So you do not need to be overly technical to become a successful business analyst. I've survived in this space for 12 years counting now, and I have not seen a need. If each time I even try to learn how to code, I end up just buying the course on Udemy or Coursera, and I don't go anywhere with it because it's not my thing. But till tomorrow, I'm still a consultant BA. You see? And I've worked on several huge technical projects. And I showed you some of the big brands I've worked with. So take it from somebody who has worked in all different types of verticals. You do not need to be overly technical. So while it is true that BA does not need to be technical, so while it is true that you don't need to be technical, the BA needs to understand certain concepts. You need to understand how to use certain tools. For example, Jira, Confluence. Okay, I can teach that in this fast track course. Okay, techniques, skills, artifacts, meaning deliverables to get your job done. You will need some of these things to get your job done. So while you don't need to be technical, you need to know the concepts, you need to understand certain tools, you need to know how, know certain techniques, you need to be able to deploy certain skill set and certain artifacts to get the job done. Any questions before we move on to the next thing that I want to talk about? So we're making progress gradually. All right, we're making progress gradually. Any questions? I'm going to look at the chat quickly to see if there are any questions, or look at the Q&A. If there are any questions, you can quickly take a pee break or a washroom break, and you can come back to what we have. So we are going to be moving into software development lifecycle now. So I'm looking out for your questions. If you have a question, please throw your question in. Throw your question in the chat. I'm waiting. But how has it been so far? If you're getting value from this session, put a yes in the chat. If you're getting value from this session, because if I don't have questions, it then means that if you're getting value, then put yes. So somebody say, do I need to be a data analyst, or do I need to know data analysis to work as a BA? Very good question. So let me answer that question. Do I need to know data analysis to be a BA? The answer again is no. You don't need to know data analysis to be a BA. Now, but Michael, why do you say I don't need data to be a BA? I've seen some jobs where they write SQL, right? I've seen some jobs where they write, what else did they write there? Power BI. Okay. Now, here is the thing. Let's start with what you studied in school. For example, let's start with accounting. The accounting you studied in school, like me, I studied chemical engineering. When you finished your chemical engineering or your accounting of 4 years or 5 years in school, and you got into the job market and you started looking for jobs, was it every accounting job you were able to apply to? Let's start with that. And then I'm going to explain why I started with that. Were you able to apply to every accounting job? Put your answer in the chat. Were you able to apply to every accounting job? Let's be honest. Were you able to apply to every accounting job? Okay. The answer is actually no. That's because there are certain jobs where they will need certain things, and it applies to all. So don't just make it look as if it's just business analysis. It applies to all your roles universally, right? Where there are certain jobs that will just pick out certain prerequisites because they just want you to hit the ground running. Here's the thing. With things like SQL and Power BI, right? Now, as a BA, that is not your job. Let me say that now. You can quote me anywhere. Your job does not involve SQL. Naturally, from what I've explained today, it doesn't involve that. But here's the deal. When you get on certain projects, there are certain projects that require you to collate data. May be different from another project that doesn't require you to collate data. So as a result of that, because they require you to collate data, they do not want to hire a separate person dealing with the requirements and dealing with the data. They want this one individual to be the person that will collect that data, manipulate that data, get an inference from that data, and also do the job of a BA with it. That is one scenario. The second scenario, which have happened to my students, okay, I'm telling you from experience, is they will require you to know some of these things, for example, SQL, so that you can query a database and not disturb the technical guys. You're able to work by yourself and query the database, get sample data to be able to test your solution. Now, for things like that, SQL and Power BI, these are things you can learn, to be honest with you, in 1 week. Especially SQL, you can learn it in 2 days. Power BI, you can learn in, and the jobs that require this are out of 20 jobs, maybe 3 or 4 will require you to use SQL, will require you to use Power BI. So here is what I tell you, that whenever you are looking at business analysis as a whole, this is what happens in the job market. Can I show you? So when you go into the job market, you have this full pie called business analysis, right? Job, or any related job to business analysis. What I usually advise is when you get into the job market, just like any other role, 50% will be sufficient for you to land your job. 50%. This 50% will embody everything about business analysis without the extraneous excesses. What did I say? Without the extraneous what? Excesses. What do I mean by the extraneous excesses? Things like, oh, you have to come with data analysis. Oh, you have to understand architecture. Oh, you have to understand how a patient and a clinic relates. Oh, you have to, there are some jobs in the market which occupies the other 50% that will require domain skill. So listen to this. It will require domain, number one. Number two, it will require specific tools other than the tools that the normal BA use. Number three, it will require another specific skill set. So don't use that the same way your accounting also was when you finished. It's the same thing. So why is business analysis different? You see? Are you getting the point now? So it's not as though you need data analysis to be a business analyst. No, you don't need data to be a business analyst. You don't need data to be a business analyst. You can add data as a skill to help you cover more of the market. That's it. And if you are coming on our course, we give you SQL, we give you Power BI, and we give you Excel for free to equip you even more. Okay? So that is what it is. And for those of you who have certain domain skill set, oh, that is, you can take that with you. You can take that with you. You can carry that along with you. You can carry that along with you. All right? Now, how can you now make up for this 50%? How do you make up for this 50%? So that it doesn't look like a loss. This is why we have particularly, okay, this is why we have particularly structured our program such that it is futuristic. It helps you. So that 50%, which you were not able to get, maybe because you've decided not to do data or you've decided not to do, you can now make up for it in this thing called product ownership or product manager. Because we teach you this also. So that which you cannot make up here, you are able to make up here. And that is why you are able to, with this market and this market and this market, come on, you learn something. And of course, if you really do want to if you really do want to, get more and encroach more of this field, of course, you can learn more. The more, the merrier. Listen, in tech is like building a house. Tech is like building a house. You can't go wrong. So let me explain to you. Now, when you build this type of house, let's say this house can occupy 5 people, okay? When you add another story to it, when you put another story to it, right? Now you can accommodate 10 people. When you put another story to it, now you can accommodate 15 people. That is the way tech works. So if you do this and you are a BA, there are certain things there's a market. You can access certain markets. By the time you add another skill set, like SQL or Excel or whatever it is, you can access even more of the market. You now add product ownership to it. Oh, yes, you can access even more of the market. You now add, so here is why you see that most people who land a role today, they do not just stay there. They learn more and they keep learning and they keep learning and they keep learning and they keep learning because it's continuous. You're a continuous learner, right? So that is the way tech works. It's like building a house, right? So you add more and more to your skill set. Now, there's another question. What is the difference between business analysis and business analytics? Okay, business analysis and business analytics. Give me. So what's the difference between business analysis and business analytics? Business analysis and business analytics. Okay, now the term business analytics, if you notice, started coming into the conversation when in around 2013, 2014, when schools, universities, and colleges realized that, wait, this business analysis thing is becoming a big deal, right? So they imbibed business analysis. And in doing that, they termed it business analytics because the analytics there brought in data. So if you go to a school, a college to learn business analytics, what they will teach you will be some part of business analysis, and then they will teach you data. So they focus more on how you can manipulate that. So the focus on business analytics is more on the data side, where you can manipulate data using SQL, using maybe some colleges will teach you R, or they will teach you maybe Power BI, okay? Or some of them will teach you the statistical tool, and how you can use that to manipulate data to make business decisions. To make business decisions. That does not go in depth into some of the communications of business analysis, right? It actually focuses on using data to make business decisions. So you are more focused on data in business analytics. Can you see that? Aha. To make that informed change. Whereas in business analysis, you are more focused on facilitating that change. This one makes the inference for the change. Here, in business analysis, you are more in the center of facilitating the change. So here, you may or may not work with data. All right. And of course, these are things that have come as a result of terminology. For example, remember that in the data world, you have data analytics, data analysis, and business intelligence analyst. Can somebody tell me the difference between these three? I'm waiting. Anybody? Abuse of term. HR, yes, abuse of term. Anybody tell me the difference between data analytics, data analysis, and business intelligence analyst? Go and check the job descriptions. Tell me if there's a difference. So some of these terms, as a result of abuse of the term from HR. You see, business intelligence analysts, they do the same thing as a data analyst. The job might just be restrained or fixated on a particular set of tools. Because the business intelligence here is the same thing as what I just told you here. Business intelligence, meaning that you're trying to get intel, knowledge. You're trying to get intel. You're trying to get some kind of knowledge from data. Business intelligence. So you look at the data to be able to make certain intel about the business. That's what it is. Right? So I hope that helps. Okay. All right. Let's move into the next thing that we have is software development life cycle. All right. So to be able to help you understand why we are coming here today, why we are looking at software development life cycle, I would like to help you understand why we're here. Why software development life cycle? Why are we even dealing with this? Why does this even have to be a topic? Why is this a conversation? Why is this a conversation? All right. So remember that the business analyst, please follow me on this one. The business analyst is responsible for change. The question is, how do you carry out change? How do you carry out change in an organization? How do you carry out change in an organization? Most organizations will carry out this change through the agency or through the vehicle called projects. Please stick with me. So when you join a company tomorrow as a BA, you will not hear them say, Adekunle, I want to put you on a change. That's not what you will hear them say. You will not hear them say, Nikita, I want to put you on a change. That's not what you will hear. You're not going to hear, Rosman, I want to put you on a change, right? That's not what you're going to hear. You will hear, Susan, we have a project for you. That's what you will hear. You will hear, oh, you're working on a project. How many of you are with me on this one? You agree with me on this one, right? I want to be sure that you're following me. How many of you agree with me on this one? Yeah. What you will hear is, oh, if you have business analyst friends, ask them. They're very quick to tell you, oh, I'm working on 3 projects. I'm working on 2 projects. They don't tell you I'm working on 3 changes. But the reality is that this project is actually to create the change. That's the idea. The idea is that this project, when worked on, is to facilitate this change. So the question then becomes, if a BA would by necessity need to work on a project to create the change, doesn't that mean that he needs to understand projects? Doesn't that mean that he needs to understand projects? And that is why on certain job descriptions, you will see them talk about you also identifying risk and issues. And you say, he's a project manager. I need to know project management. You see, just the same way you're saying, I need to do data analysis. A BA is a change. And remember when I played that video for you, this lady said the vagaries, there's a lot of vagary when it comes to business analysis. There's a lot of variety. There are different challenges and problems. When it comes to business, the kind of work you do is varied. When you move from this company to that company, the project they're working on there may require you to know 1, 2, 3. The one that they're working there requires you, and that is why a BA is an inquisitive mind. They expect you to come with your thinking cap, to come to solve the problem and ask the right questions. They do not expect you to come knowing. Remember that lady said that. How many of you heard that? During the competencies of the BA, I played that video. He said, you're not coming like somebody who knows. He said, you are coming with a toddler mindset. You do not know anything. Now, the problem that has happened in today's world is that instead of actually running a BA role the way a BA role should be run, they do not want you to come and they don't want you to come to start inquiring from scratch, to do what a BA would do. So what are they saying? They are saying you should know this and that before you come so that you can hit the ground running. Oh, if that is the case, then go learn it. I tell my students all the time, do not say no for something you can learn in 2 days. Do not say no to an opportunity for a sequel you can learn in 2 days. You throw away $100,000 for sequel that you can learn in 2 days. How many of you have attended our Power BI training? In 3 hours, you create a dashboard on that training. We're going to have one very soon. On our Power BI training, the one we do on some Saturdays, we open it to everybody. You create a dashboard with Coach Bemi. You create a dashboard in 3 hours. Go and check the YouTube videos. It's there. So why would you throw out an opportunity for a Power BI that you can do in 3 hours? You can learn. So these roles will definitely encompass so many things. Back to the conversation. So you'll be working on projects, and these projects, when you work on the project, the outcome of the project is actually the change that you're looking for. What is project? What is a project? Let's ask ourselves that question. What exactly is a project? What is a project? Good question, right? Now, the first thing you need to know about a project is the fact that it's a temporary endeavor. That's the first thing you need to know. Meaning that it has a start and an end. And then you have a series of activities or tasks that will be manned by different people as allocated on the project to create a pre-agreed outcome. So it means that you guys would have had a pre-agreed outcome. You will say, these are the things you are going to do. These are the times we're going to do them. And these are the people that are going to do it within this time and this time to get this outcome, to achieve an objective. That's what a project is. So if you ever have something that has a start and end date, people did things, right? And they came up with an outcome. That is a project, sir. Simple. I don't give you complicated definitions here. This is what a project is. Go and look at the books. Go to the PM book. You just go and confirm. What I told you here is reality. That is what a project is. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, why am I coming here? I thought the conversation is about software development lifecycle. So why am I here? Now, the reason why I'm here is because when you're going to be running most of the projects, okay, I should be talking about the PMLC, but I'm just going to be silent about that on this talk. I talk about that in the more elaborate course. But let me just go straight to the point. So there's what we call the project management lifecycle when you're running any project. That's what we call the project management lifecycle, where you start from the initiation, okay, and then you go into the planning, and then you go into the execution, and then you close the project. Of course, some of you would say monitoring and control. I know. Monitoring and control, okay, as one of the steps. But monitoring and control happens while you're executing the project, right? Okay, implementation is the same thing as execution. So for those of you saying implementation, that's the same thing as execution. When you, in fact, project management doesn't call it implementation, they call it execution. That's the right word. They call it execution because sometimes you're not implementing anything, you're just executing stuff, right? In projects, yes. Sometimes you're not implementing, you are executing stuff. Implementation is specific to software development. All right. Implementation is specific because you're implementing in software, you're implementing. In project, you don't need to implement. It's not all projects you implement, but it's all projects that you execute because there's something to be executed. Do you understand? So let's be clear about those terms. Anyways, in most of the organizations you guys are going to work with in, the bulk of your project will be software related. Go and check it. Give me any process right now in your company that does not sit on a software. Any transformation right now that does not sit on a software in the company you work right now. And if they are doing things manually, don't worry, you are still in the you're still in the ice age. Can somebody tell me any process that you guys run right now that you do not use a software? If they want to change something now, a software will not be involved. Tell me. So a huge part, more than 90% of the things you're going to be doing at your workplace that you call a project will actually be hinged on this thing called the software. So it then becomes important as part of understanding how a project is executed. We need to understand how softwares are executed. So this is what brings us to the software development life cycle. Because the software development life cycle, SDLC, is the step-by-step process of creating a software or system, because this can be software or system. A system could be a conglomeration of different softwares. Okay, so it still serves, the term still holds. Okay, so this is a step-by-step process of creating a software. So what is this step-by-step process? What's the step-by-step process of creating a software? Now let's take a simple software, for example. Okay, let's take a simple software. For example, I like to use a dating app because everybody can relate with that. A dating app. Let's take that to be the software. A dating app. All right. Now, I'm going to show you the software development lifecycle using this case study of a dating app. We want to create a dating app. One of the first things that you will need to do, if it has not been done, because sometimes it could have been done and you're just required to go straight into the project, right? Now, if this has not been done, the first thing you're going to do is what we call planning. Please stick with me. This is the first stage. It's called planning. What happens in planning? In planning, you are coming up with the high-level understanding, a high-level, call it high-level requirements, scope of what needs to be built, of what you need to achieve. Okay, because we're talking about software, we can actually use the word what needs to be implemented or what needs to be built. So here you are planning on a high level. It's called high level planning. Okay, or high level requirements. So at this point, you are having conversations with the business, and you now come to the understanding, or you've seen what other people are doing, competitor analysis, you're looking at what other people are doing, and you're able to come up with the fact that, oh, wait, we need registration. People need to be able to register. Oh, people need to be able to manage their account. Oh, people need to be able to browse. browse other people, right? People need to be able to connect or chat. So we need a chat functionality. People need to be able to, maybe change their settings. People need to be able to log in and log out. People need to be able to, and you can go on and on and on. Are you getting me? So at this stage, you are understanding things on a high level. On a high level. That, oh, this thing we are about to do will contain this. So call this the project scope. So at this point, you understand the scope of what you want to create, and you can agree with the business on that. Now that leads us to number 2, stage number 2. Remember, it is step-by-step process of creating a software. So you start with the planning. The next step, okay, so the first step is the planning. The next step is the requirement analysis. So this is where you go into the detail. This is where you begin to go into the detail. You see, this is where you begin to go into the detail of each of these things you have in the scope. You go into the detail. So you go into the detail of registration. So you're saying that for registration, for example, you're now going into the detail to say, okay, people can register using their email and password, okay, and they will get a confirmation, okay, and they will verify that email, all right? Or if they don't want to do that, they can just verify using Google and sign up using Google. So now you're going into the detail and you're saying, oh, not just that, they need to also confirm that they are 18 years and above. So they will need to provide us their date of birth. What are you doing? You are defining the detail now. You are analyzing, you're going to the detail. Oh, they also need to accept our terms and conditions. Just in case somebody meets up with another person and the person that they connected with becomes a murderer on the loose. And he goes into that person's house and murders the lady. I mean, it happened recently. Right? Oh, please accept our terms and conditions before you use our app and connect with your sweetheart or connect with your love of my life. You see? Before you connect with the love of your life, please accept terms and conditions. So you're going into what? The detail. For chat functionality, you go into chat and you say, for them to be able to chat, you only send one message first. If the person does not respond, that ends that conversation. And they have to respond in 48 hours. If they do not respond in 48 hours, that conversation is gone. That is how you want to build your own app. Another person building another dating app may say that, no, that's not what I want. I want them to be able to send 3 messages. And those 3 messages can be there for 1 year. Do you understand? So you come into the detail. This is the point where you are going into the detail. So here, no devil in the detail, like they say in Prada, right? There's clarity in the detail. So you come to the detail. You say, okay, after they'll have to send a voice request and the other person needs to accept it. What are you doing? You're giving us the detail of how the chat function should look like. And you're actually conversing with the business and trying to understand, does the business want that? Is that what they want? Because you don't want to go and implement and tell your people to implement the wrong thing. This whole thing hinges on you. So, should they can send a video request, because now we want to avoid people catfishing. Yes, we've heard the voice. You can actually change your voice into a female's voice. You're a guy on the other end. You're acting like Susan. Okay? You're acting like Susan, but your name is Shay. Eh? You're acting like, I don't know. You're acting like Eve, but your name is Adam. I think you can relate with that. Okay? Oh, thank you. Or maybe after you send a couple of chats and you've spoken freely to 3 persons, now you want to disturb the third love of your life, and they're saying, bang, bang, you have to make a payment. Free credits is gone because we make you start with free 25 credits. You see, you are coming up with what? The detail. So based off this detail, because now we know we have the plan, of everything we want to do. You have the requirements, analyzed, detailed. Now we moved into the next phase. It's called, who can guess? Design. So now you've planned what you want to do. You know the scope. You've gotten into the detail of each of these. You can now begin to take those details and move it on to the designer. Okay? Someone who will be responsible for creating designs. Now, this design could be in many forms. So the design could be a product design. It could be a product design. For example, what do I mean by product design? It could be product design in the sense that, you know what we call user experience and user interface design? Yeah, on Figma. So you can send those requirements to the designer, and then he's going to design what the registration should look like. Oh, that this registration should say sign up. And then should have an email field and then a password field. And then it would have the password criteria. And then it would say, or you can use Google. You see? Maybe this is step 1 of 2. So once you are done with this phase, it's going to move you to the second phase where you enter your date of birth. You enter your date of birth. And then you accept our terms and condition. So what is he doing? He's doing product design. Are you getting me? So this product design could be low fidelity. Now you may be asking, what the heck is this? What's low fidelity? Low fidelity or high fidelity? Okay, let me show you an example, just in case you're wondering. What is low fidelity and what is high fidelity design? Okay, let me show you an example. So let me come here. And I'm quickly going to show you some of our projects quickly from some of our projects that we have on the platform. I'm going to show you example of low fidelity. This is one of our projects. So student project. I believe you can see my screen. So if you come in here, you can see low fidelity. All right. So the students will give the designer some requirements. I'm going to show you an example, and we're going to talk about that at some point. We'll give the requirements, and then he's going to create something like a blueprint. Okay, low fidelity. This is low fidelity, right? It's kind of helping us understand what should go where. And then he now, after we've approved that and we love it, he will now create the main theme. He will now create this, okay? Create this. So this is high fidelity where you have the pictures and everything now is here, okay? So this is high fidelity. So once you are done with this, of course, you're going to go to the next step, and I'm going to show you what the next step is, where you can now move this now to what we call implementation, where now you can access this here. If you now go to speakit.com, you can see it has been built. You see, it has been built. In some cases, you cannot access it directly. You may need to go into what we call staging environment. You see, testing environment, just to see what is being built, and you can test it. And I'm going to talk about that. May not go into all the detail. Okay, so just trying to show you some examples, okay, of high fidelity, low fidelity. And let me give you an example of what that looks like when you as a business analyst will put the requirements together. Okay, so let me show you an example of what the students do on the platform. For example, our website and everything that holds it together from the back end to the front end. If you love our website, you need to love our students, because they are the ones who build it, a robust learning management system for us. So look at this, for example. This is about the About Us page, right? The detail. We're going into the detail now. And I'm going to talk about user story hopefully later on today. So as a user, they're writing the detail requirement for the designer. So as a user on the TSG website, I want to view an About Us page so that I can gather information about TSG. And they start giving the detail that they want to see the brand story. They want to see the mission, vision, and purpose. They want to see the values, achievements, awards, recognition, lead coach, team members. Okay. They want to see photos and profile of TSG team members and stuff like that. Now, look at what they asked for here, and look at what the designer did here. They asked for a brand story. Guess what? The designer gave them a brand story. So this designer is actually following what the business analysts have told he or she. All right, good. They asked for the mission, vision, and purpose to be part of it, because that is what the business owner approved. Okay, it goes ahead, mission, vision, and purpose. They asked for achievement and all of that, lead coach. Guess what? Achievements, lead coach, and all of that is there. And by the time it's going to be implemented, if you go to our website, which some of you would have visited, you go on the website and you go to the About Us. This is the same thing that is implemented here. Can you see that? And then you see some of the people involved. I talked about Coach Bemi for the data analysis program. All right. So you can see the flow of things. Okay. So let's get back to our SDLC and let me show you. Let's proceed on this part of things. So you could do product design as part of this, from the analysis or the detail which you got. The next kind of design that can happen is a process design. Some of you call it process flow. Because when you have information, for example, if you have information of a particular process. Remember, process is one of the things you can do. If you have information of a particular process within your product or within your software, you can actually begin to put it step by step and help us visualize the process. This is also design, because you move from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 to step 4. You're helping us see how things flow. Another kind of design could be architectural / system design. And this could include database. Now, this has nothing to do with you. Don't think you're the one doing all of this. Remember, like the product design, you're the one to just give the requirement. So you are the one to give the requirement, answer questions, okay? You're the one to answer questions here. If they need to clarify certain things, you'll be the ones to answer questions, right? So the same thing here with process, but with process flow, most times you're the one doing the process flow. And that one you're going to be taught how to do that. You'll be taught how to do that. Okay. All right, let's talk about architectural system design. Now, this could be things like database design, right? Where, for example, remember in the sign up form, we talked about email. Maybe you collected their first name, their last name, their date of birth. So the database person wants to put together a database structure. So he now knows that he should create a space for first name. He should create a space for last name. He should create a space for what else? Email. He should create a space for in the database. So he now knows this based on the information that you've provided. So he's now designing and understanding that, oh, so one person can have multiple people he's chatting with, multiple dating partners. Okay. And you can actually design that in the data diagram, you can design that this is one to many. Okay. That this is one to many. That, oh, you have one person can actually talk to multiple people. And in the data flow diagram, this is one to many. That one person can only have one email. So that is one to one. So at this stage, you may be required to do certain kind of, design based on the information that you have. Are you getting the point? So once the design has been good to go, everybody's good, we now move to the next stage. Remember, so far we've talked about planning. Okay. We now talk about requirement analysis. And then we talked about design. The next thing will be what? Implementation. So this is where the rubber hits the road. This is where your developers will now take your requirements, because sometimes when the design comes, the requirement, okay, the requirements that you put together will have to be more elaborate, okay? So sometimes when the design comes, you have to do a more elaborate requirement documentation. So once you do that, you now send this over to the developers and the implementation will take place. So this is where you will now begin to develop the site like I showed you. Sometimes you will have what is called, the site will not be accessible by the public, but you are building. And as you are building, okay, there's another thing that's going to happen. It's called testing and integration, if you want to. Testing and integration. So you plan, you get the detailed requirements, you move it to design, it gets implemented. And as it gets implemented, you have to test. And there are different types of testing. So this is where you have to listen carefully. Now, the way you build a software, you don't build everything at once. You build them component by component. So if you had a full page right now where you had a hero, you had like a section here, another section here, this thing will be built in components. So they will build this component, build this component, build this component, and then they will integrate it. That is what is called integration, right? So as you are building each of these components, you test it. It's called unit testing. So you are testing each of these units. As you are building them, you are testing them. You are building each unit, you're testing it. It's called unit testing. Please listen carefully. But you need to add and integrate these other components too, isn't it? Sometimes when you integrate a component, when you add a new component to another component which you already did, sometimes it may lead to an error. sometimes it may make the other one not work as it's supposed to. Give me a minute. It may make the other thing that was working not to work. So when you do integration, we also do what is called regression testing. Let me explain that. So when you have one component and you test it, please listen to this. You have one component and you tested it. By the time you add another component, so you now have 1 and 2. Okay? You have what? 1 and 2. You are going to test it again to make sure that this amalgamation has not led to regression. So bringing these two together has not led to regression. Let me give you an example. If you have a man and a woman, okay? Thank God we are talking about dating apps, right? Aha. Every one of you like love. So if you have a man and a woman, all right, and they were separately doing well, and somehow they fell in love on this dating app and decided to give themselves a chance. And they decided to get wedded and get married. Now, it's not in all cases that this marriage fosters a progress, right? In some cases, when they come together, the expectation actually is for them to make progress as two people. Because as one person, they were doing okay, but as two people, they can do even far more, meaning that they are supposed to make progress normally. That is the way we should think about it, right? That 2 is better than 1. 2 good heads better than 1. So these 2 people should make even much more progress. But it's not always the case. Sometimes when these 2 people come together, they will even retrogress. Sometimes they retrogress. You will now see the man telling the lady, since you came into my life, it has always been, I've been going backward and backward. And then the lady will say, since I came into your life, or since you came into my life. You see, they were regressing. So they are now confessing that since they integrated, they regressed. Can you see that? But they were supposed to make progress. Now, in software, it's the same thing. When you bring one component to another component, remember we've tested each of them individually and they were supposed to be doing well. But when you now add this one, maybe something goes wrong and they don't work properly together. So you have to test to be sure that they are still working. That testing that you do each time you are adding a new feature, each time you are integrating a new feature is called regression testing. And you will sometimes, some of you will have what we call the software testers. There's a tech role called QA testers or QA analysts, quality assurance analysts. We call them QA testers or QA analysts. You will have heard of that role. They are the ones largely responsible for doing these testings. Another type of testing that you should be aware of is what we call user acceptance testing. UAT. Now, I'm telling you, when you're done with this mini class, this crash course, you can go into a job description of a BA right away and begin to see some of the things I've told you, and they would make a lot of sense going forward. They will make a lot of sense to you. All right? So there's this other type of testing called user acceptance testing. Now, what does that mean? It means exactly what it says. User acceptance testing, meaning that the user accepts it after he has tested it. Now, let's give an example. For example, let's come to the ladies quickly. Ladies, you have fashion designers whom you employ to put together your dress for you, okay? They put together this lovely dress, maybe for a particular occasion. They take your measurements and, you let them go do their job. And when it is ready, they give you a call. They say, hey, your dress is ready. Come get your dress. Now, you go to the fashion designer, you get your dress. I know what you do. When you get your dress, you store it away. You say, thank you, Mr. Fashion Designer. Thank you, Miss Fashion Designer. And then you take your dress and you stow it away. You put it in the wardrobe. You iron it. You worship the dress, so to speak. And on the day of the program, or maybe the wedding, that is when you launch the dress. Is that what you do? Anybody here? Is that what you do typically? Is that what you do? You won't try it on. You won't try to see whether what you told this fashion designer to do was actually what the fashion designer did. You won't try it out. Of course, you're going to try it out. You will definitely try it out. Some of you don't even have to go to the fashion designer. You go to Zara. You go to Urban Planet. You try it out multiple times, right? And you go to the mirror. Oh, when I go shopping with my wife, that's the part you go to the mirror. She wants to be sure that this thing is okay. And, if it's not, because she can easily, she can always go back and you can go tell the designer, oh, I wanted this thing to be, I want it to hold me here. It's showing my stomach. It's showing my this. I want this to pop. I want that to pop out. You ladies know what you look for, right? And the guys are not exempted. You guys also reach out to your fashion designers to do some crazy designs for you. Now, once that is done, what do you do? Afterwards, what do? You try it out. The user tries it out to see if what he told the fashion designer is actually what the fashion designer has created. And if it is what he told the fashion designer is actually what the fashion designer created, he will accept it. It's called user acceptance. He tested it. So the user acceptance testing, that is what it's called, UAT. So when it comes to UAT, the client who gave you the job, will, at this point, it's almost done. So he's going to go case by case, feature by feature, and you will help him because sometimes he's not there throughout the whole process. So this is where you come in. You will help him with all the scenarios that he can test and help him and walk him through all the things he needs to test. So he will test every single thing. And if he finds any fault, he's going to tell you, please, there's an issue here. Can you work on it? Maybe there's a bug or something is not working the way it ought to work. He tells you, and then you fix it. And once that is fixed and everything is good, he then gives it a thumbs up. That is the UAT, the user acceptance testing. So when this is done and we have accepted this and it is good to go, it rhymes and well with the requirements that we gave, it's now time for us to what? Do the next thing. It's time for us to deploy. It's time for you to what? Deploy. This is the time when you now go into the ceremony looking like a top shot. All right, everything is good. You've actually tested these. You've danced in this dress, and you know your limits. You know you're not supposed to do this way, else you may hear a tear. Pew. So you've tested all of that. So now it's time to deploy. So when they say, who wants to dance? You are first on that podium. You're first to dance. You're dancing, but you know your limits. All right. You are deploying. You've deployed this particular dress so that the world can see. You've deployed it so that the world can see. So it gets to that point where things are good and you deploy for the world to see. Okay, that is deploy. The last part of this is called maintenance. You may or may not be involved in this. It's called maintenance. That is number 7. Maintenance is now that it is out there, we need to maintain it. We need to ensure that things are running smoothly. Like when you wear your dress, you don't wear it once. Okay, of course, there are people who wear their dresses once and they discard it. But let's assume, normal scenario where You don't wear the dress once. You have to maintain it, maybe bring it back to the dry cleaner and keep it in good condition, especially when you spent a fortune on this dress, right? You have to maintain it, make sure everything is going okay. If a button, is out of place, you try to replace it. Now, this is what happens. And sometimes you may need some certain modifications, right? Those things can also be discovered during the maintenance phase. You can discover that there are certain things that need to be, tweaked, changed, and that could mean that we need to do a few other things going forward, right? So these are the steps involved in the SDLC: planning, analysis, requirement analysis, design, implementation, testing, and integration, of course, and deploy, and of course, maintenance. That is the SDLC. Any questions? Any questions up to this point? Any questions? Any questions? You had better not be tired. I'm the one teaching, I'm the one talking. I'm not tired. So, waterfall and agile. Any questions before we go ahead? Don't worry, we're almost there. We're almost done. After these, I'm going to talk to you about requirements. And remember, we've had people come through this session, the fast track course, and they were able to get jobs. People like Lillian. Lillian was able to come through this and get a job. She was smart about the whole thing. And this is how we are able to help you see what is lying on the other side of your indecision, right? So what is lying on the other side of your indecision? Because sometimes you just need to know one or two things. If you have any questions, please do put that in the chat. Put it in the chat, put it in the Q&A, and I'll see it, and we can address it. Is that okay? All right? Put your questions in the Q&A. At some point, we will be able to have a, be able to have a conversation. Now, going back to talking around QA. Now, does a BA need to have the knowledge of a QA tester? Can you guys see how many things have popped up today? Does he need to be a data analyst? Does he need to be a project manager? Does he need to know QA? That tells you that the role of a BA is central. And what he needs is just some bit of knowledge on these things. A little bit of everything. Can you see that? Now, the BA is not the person who tests. That's not his job. But sometimes he may be required to do little testing here and there, like manual testing, to test and see that things are working. Okay, because he wrote the requirements. So is knowledge of QA testing required? Yes, a little bit of knowledge of QA, like manual testing, which anybody can do. And then you can also write the test requirements. You can write what we call test cases. Okay, I'm not going to teach that in today's, I'll teach it in a more elaborate course. You do what's called test cases. So you do not need all the in-depth knowledge of a QA tester. For example, automation testing, Cucumber test, Cucumber testing and all of that. No, you don't need all that, but you need a little bit of that. You see, do you need to know the in-depth data? You need a little bit of that. Do you know the in-depth project management? You need a little bit of that. Do you need to know the in-depth, put the dash, in-depth whatever? You need a little bit of that. And that is why a BA is somebody who is inquisitive. He wants to learn, wants to know more. So if you are not the type who is ready to do the work and inquire and know more, please find something else. Yeah, actually, absolutely. He knows some bit of product management. He knows some bit of this because he's going to inquire. He's going to gather information. Are you getting the point there? All right, let's quickly move because there's a few more things we need to teach And then there's one last thing that I'm going to tell you about. And then we're going to talk more about what I have in store for those of you who are waiting till the end. All right. I'm giving you a crazy discount for the full program, which is elaborate. And we're going to talk about that. I'm going to take your questions. If you do have any questions, please make sure you're throwing that into the chat as soon as possible. All right, let's talk about waterfall and agile, which is the next thing I'm going to talk about quickly. Remember, we just talked about the SDLC. All right. Now, remember that a project goes through the PMLC, which is the project management life cycle. Okay. The project goes through PMLC, which is the project management life cycle. Now, I told you that this has to do with the initiation of the project. I'm not going to go in depth in this. You can go and find out, or during the bootcamp, I teach on this. Initiation, planning, and execution. Of course, this will include monitoring and control. Okay. And then close. You close the project, right? Now, the way you initiate a project is not different. Most projects can be initiated. You're just trying to know what exactly are you doing this or are you not doing this. That's initiation. Should I go ahead? Should I not go ahead? Is this what I want to do? There's no method to do that. Is there a method? Is there an approach to knowing what you want to do? Okay, so that's initiation for you. The same thing with planning, understanding what it is that you want to build. And then the way you close it. But here's the thing with execution, especially when you're executing a software project using the SDLC. There are different approaches that you can use. And that is why a project usually adopts the methodology of the execution phase. So whatever execution style you use in the execution phase is going to be the execution style of the project. And that is why you would hear that we have project methodologies, waterfall and agile. Let me explain where that came from. So remember the SDLC. One of the ways that you can approach the SDLC, you see, it's an approach also. It's an approach, it's a methodology. So you can call it an approach or a methodology. So one of the ways that they typically approach the SDLC is that you do the planning. You do the planning thoroughly. Everything about the planning is done and stamped before we move into the analysis. You analyze every single thing from the registration to the chat functionality, to the browsing functionality, to the settings, to the account management. You detail everything first before you move on to design. And then when you get to the design, you design every single thing. Now, can you see what is happening here? It means that you are taking it step by step, phase by phase. You finish one phase before you go to the next phase. You finish another phase before you go to the next phase. And then you finish design before you go to implementation. And then you finish with implementation before you deploy. So you cannot mix the stages. You can't have simultaneous things. You can't have things going simultaneously. You want to have to finish one. We call it clearly defined phases. If you are going to run a project like this or execute a project like this, we call it waterfall. Can you see the way it's even falling? You see, you have to finish and here and then fall, pour it out down to the next person. And then you finish it and pour it. It's called waterfall. You see that? You finish it and it pours down, it cascades. And then you finish that phase and it cascades. And then you finish that phase and it cascades, right? It's called waterfall. waterfall, or some people call it traditional project management. So this is where you hear the term traditional project management or waterfall project management. Okay? The second is agile. What is agile? And how is it different from this traditional project management? How is it different? How is it different? So let's talk about it. Now, in some organization, on some projects, mostly software projects, we employ the agile way of doing things. Agile execution of the project. How is this agile? I will explain. So you may do analysis. So if you have requirement A, requirement B, requirement C, requirement D, requirement E, okay? By the time you're done with requirement A, and B, you can easily move it to design. And design is working on it. By the time you're done with the design for A, you don't have to wait for C to be ready. You move it to what? Implementation. And by the time they are, doing some of this, you can already start testing. So you can see that it's more cyclic in this case. So you as the BA, you are busy collecting requirements for some of these things, maybe for requirement E, and those ones that are ready is already in design. And the ones that have already been designed is already being implemented. And the one that is being implemented is already being tested. And the one that has been tested is now being deployed. So you see that instead of waiting to create one big thing, one big outcome at the end of the project, like you do in Waterfall, you can actually have increments, a small outcome here, and then you go again. And then by the second time you do this, you add, maybe you come out with A, and then the next time you do it, you come out with B. B adds to A, and then you have a much bigger outcome. The next time you finish C. C adds, and then you get a much bigger outcome. The next time you are done, you D, and then you have a much bigger outcome. And at the end of the day, at least you can, your business can see value quicker. You don't have to wait 21 weeks before you can see something. In 1 week, if 1 week is the iteration, because we call this iteration, if 1 week is the iteration, you can quickly see something in 1 week. And you can test it. And you can see, just in case things change, because sometimes market conditions can change. Your competitor can just tweak something in the market. And you're like, oh my God, I need to change that. And then you come back. So this particular method is flexible to change. You can quickly come here before they implement this one and tell them, please, can we change this around? Can we do it in this other way? So it's flexible to change. But this other guy is not flexible to change because you've planned everything. It's very rigid. You've analyzed everything. Come to think of it, even if you made a mistake here and it gets transported to the other stages, it becomes very difficult to correct that mistake because you have to go back to the beginning. So agile, from the word agile, gives you agility. It helps you to be flexible to changes. And it works based on iterations and increments. So the agile technique is iterative and incremental. So we do iterations. We go again. After 1 week, we go again, do the same thing. After another week, we do the same thing. We have rhythmic iterations. And as we're going through these iterations, okay, or cycles, as we're going through these iterations or cycles, okay, we are coming out with increments. So we call it iterative and incremental project management. Whereas the other one is sequential, methodical, traditional. Okay, that is what waterfall is. Sequential because you move from one step, finish everything before you go to another step. So you are carrying the whole thing. So everything here, you move it here. Everything moved here. Everything moved here. So it's just moving. You know how for those of you who have worked in factory, how many of you have worked in factory before? Factory workers. You see that one line, what you do there, you now move. So the output of this line is going to be the input here. The output here will be the input here. The output here will be the input here. You see? So that is how waterfall works. So if you're hearing about waterfall and agile, I just gave you what it is on a broad. There is still more. There is more. And these are the kind of questions, because there are some kind of projects that are suitable to agile, and there are some type of projects that are suitable to waterfall. I explained that in the full course, right? In the full program, I give you, and there are interview questions. In fact, let me show you an example. Okay, interview. Let me show you an example quickly so that you see what I'm talking about. Okay, and then we'll come back quickly. Okay, so if you can see my screen, I'm sharing our interview questions that our students have. So when our students go for interviews, they write some of the questions here so that just in case you want to go for an interview. In fact, something interesting happened recently. A lady got a job here, this company here. And guess what? We already had somebody who had done that interview in 2022. And she's getting, so it was an open book exam. I'm sorry. So it was an open book exam. Okay, but that's not why I brought you here. Let me show you something here. I want to show you like an interview question that can come out here. Okay, and we treat this I do this in full in the, I'm not going to talk about that now. It says, speak to your experience using different software development methodologies. If you have exposure to Agile and Scrum, I'm going to talk about Scrum very soon, just hold on. Benefits or drawback of that approach. You can focus on any experience other than Agile and Scrum. Okay, so that is one thing you can see there. Okay, so let me show you another one. Which is better, waterfall and Agile methodology? Would you say that one approach is better suited to certain projects? Yes, I just told you. That Agile is suited to certain projects and waterfall is suited to certain projects. For example, if you have a project that is very customer-centric, of course you cannot use waterfall. If you have a project that is very complex, of course you cannot use waterfall. If you have a project that, requirements are progressive, you cannot use waterfall. Are you getting the point? So, these are some of the things that you also get to realize. And once you do the practical project, you get to realize some of these things in the practical work that we do on the platform. Quickly, I'm going to take you back and I'm going to quickly talk about one or two things here. I'm going to now talk about the concepts of MVP, Scrum, and Kanban. Okay, quickly. I'm going to talk about MVP, Scrum, and Kanban, and then we're going to have one more hour or 45 minutes left, and I will try to cover the best that I can with you. Okay, and then we'll go from there, and then I can let you go. You're free. All right. Okay, so let's talk about MVP, Scrum, and Kanban quickly. MVP, Scrum, and Kanban. You would have heard that term MVP, and you're wondering, what is MVP? What is Scrum? What is Kanban? Now, I'm going to touch on these things very quickly. I will not be too detailed. Like, again, this is a crash course so that you kind of get an understanding of some of the things that, and of course, I'm not going to cover every single thing because, of course, I can't teach you Jira here. I can't teach you Confluence. I can't teach you process flow diagram. I can't teach you the details about documentation. There's a whole lot that we need to unpack. But again, just for the purpose of those of you who need to know exactly what this thing is, and you've been wondering, what the heck is this thing? I hear people saying business analyst. Is it difficult? Do I need to code? I need to understand. Hey, da da da. This is for you. All right. So that you get to that point where you're like, I think I can do this. Or no, this is not for me. That's the idea, is to bring that level of clarity for you so that it informs your next decision. Is that okay? All right, so let's talk about the MVP. Now, the MVP stands for minimum viable product, not most valuable player. Minimum viable product. Now, what does that mean? This is a concept that came as a result of Agile. Please listen carefully. This is a concept that originates from agility. Because remember that in Agile, I told you that Agile is an iterative and incremental technique or approach. So meaning that you go through cycles of development, like iterations. It could be maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, okay? You go through like a first cycle, you produce something. You go through a second cycle, you produce something more. You go through a third cycle, you produce something a little bit more. And maybe you get to the point where you produce something that is usable by your prospective customers or your audience. So this is going to be the minimum. So you get to the point where you have the minimum version, the basic minimum version of that product, from which you can collect data, from which you can collect feedback. So meaning that you don't have to build everything. There are some things that are foundational about that thing. So when you iterate 1, 2, 3, you can get to a point where you have the minimum viable. Viable meaning that it is usable. They can relate with it and they can give you feedback. Some people say it's experimental in some cases, which is fine. The most important thing that is that you have something that your users can relate with, which is a basic version or gives them an idea of what you're building, and then they can give you feedback that you can take back into the system. And that is why this MVP only works with Agile. With traditional, where is the feedback you're getting? You're not getting no feedback. You're going bang, 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 bang every phase and giving one big thing. With the MVP, it's more of the agile process where you are steadily giving increments, and you get to the point where you have this usable part of your solution. For example, right now, we have our Speak It website. So if you okay, give me a minute. I think this is a bit blurred. Let me come in here. So for example, if you go to speakit.com, now this is not the full product yet, but you can join our waitlist. We can now begin to know, okay, some people are interested in this thing, so they will just probably give their name, okay, and give their name, and then they will, okay, at gmail.com. And then, yes, I would like to, and then send that. And once they send it, they can now join our Telegram channel. That way we can get feedback already. Okay. And we launch the tutors because the tutors need to be around for us to have students to learn the language, right? So we send out information about the tutors. We've gotten about, recently we just sent out something, and we've gotten a good number of tutors who want to teach Luganda, they want to teach Bambara, they want to teach Hausa, they want to teach Igbo. So we know that people are interested in this one. So we have people coming here, they put in their name. It's working. It's a working solution already. But is it everything? No. Can you see? So they come in here, they put in their name, they put in maybe the last name, okay? They put in their phone number, they put in all these done by, these are all students' work, by the way. You come in here, you do this.com, okay? Test@test.com. You choose the language, up to 3 languages. You can choose up to 3 languages, okay? All right, it's not going to allow you choose the last one, okay? You choose 3 languages that you can teach, or 1 language is the minimum, and then you put in your password, okay? You put in your password. You put in your password. It's working. I select that, the terms and condition, and I create my account. And it sends me a verification. I did not use a real email. So that's where the problem is, right? Because it has sent that verification. Okay, so let me go back. If I do resend, it has to resend that. So I have to go back and create that again. So it sends me an email. Okay, it has already sent me something here that somebody's trying to register on the platform. So I can go in there and give me a minute. Let me see if I can log into something that I already have. Okay, so you can see this is, if I did everything right, I will come in here. I will come in here. And it's saying, please set your available days so that you can be booked by a student. So it means that I have to go to my calendar and set my available days. That's what I need to do. I need to go to my calendar. Here, I can change my password if I want to. I can see my reviews if I want to. I can log out if I want to. I can do these things. I can do all these functions, right? So, and then I can log out. And then I can log out. Can you see that? So it's a minimum version that tells me that people are interested. And once I have the right set of number of instructors, and then I can start a summer camp. Like right now, our students are doing the Speak It version. If you see, there's a project right now. If I show you that project, give me a minute. Let me show you that project. So now you can do the next version of it. If I come to TSG projects, I can come to Speak It. All right. You can see Speak It 1.1. Can you see project scope? So right now they are doing, this is the project brief. Okay. They are working on the summer camp and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, I'm able to build on top of that. But I don't have to build everything first before I know that something works. Can you get what I'm saying? So that is the concept of the MVP. The same way we are building our website, the Skill Garage website, piecemeal. Okay. We are building the Skill Garage website piecemeal. Give me a minute. Can you guys see my? I believe you should be able to see my screen now. Okay, we're back on here. Okay, so that is the concept of the MVP. So now when you hear the word MVP, you know what the MVP stands for. All right. The next thing I want to talk to you about, which you're going to see in job descriptions, is the concept of Scrum and Kanban. More so, Scrum. So let's talk about Scrum quickly. What is Scrum? Scrum, okay, is an agile framework. So we have many agile frameworks. This agile I told you about, right? This agile I told you about. We have so many frameworks for agile. Now, but the two popular frameworks is Scrum and Kanban. Again, I may not be able to go into the very full detail of this, but there's a lot of things you need to know as a business analyst, because remember that you are going to be carrying out change, and this change will be carried out through a project, and this project will be run with an approach, either waterfall or agile. And if your project is an agile project, it could be run either using Scrum or Kanban. So now do you understand why we're doing all these things? So you are facilitating change. Change is carried out through a project. Project can either be waterfall or agile. Agile can either be Scrum or Kanban, which are the two popular ones. So you need to understand Scrum. You need to understand Kanban. You're going to see these things in job description. What is Scrum? What is Scrum? I just said it that Scrum is a framework. Now, what do we say framework? What is a framework? What is a framework? How many of you have frames in your house? Something like this, these frames, where you put pictures. How many of you have frames in your house? Nobody? How many of you have frames in your house? We've got like a few more minutes to go. Like we have 50 more minutes to go. How many of you have frames in your house? Okay, you do have frames in your house. Now, some of you, when you use your frame, some of you put your pictures like this, right? That is you, that is the husband, that is the two kids. Some of you put your pictures like this in that frame, isn't it? Right? Aha. While some of you put your pictures like this in that frame. Isn't it? While some of you put your pictures like this in that frame. Now, but what you can't do is put your picture like this on the frame, right? You can't go outside the frame. So what is a framework? This framework helps you and keeps you within the boundary of this, right? All right. So a framework is a guide. It's a conceptual guide. So when you say framework, what you're saying is that you have a conceptual guide that helps you achieve a goal. So if our goal is agile, people have come up with different guides, come up with different frameworks, okay, that keeps us within the environment of agility and helps us to achieve agility. And one of such frames, one of such, guides is called Scrum. It is not sacrosanct. Okay, it can be tweaked. So just the same way somebody can use a smaller side of the frame, another person can use a bigger side of the frame, some of these frameworks can also be tweaked. Are you getting the point? So that is how Scrum is. That is what Scrum is to Agile. It is a guide. People sat down in their backyard and came up with it. Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland. I love to say that they were drinking beer. They sat down, they were drinking beer, and they said, let's look for a way to make these people be more agile. And Jeff Sutherland said, that's true. What do you suggest we do, my friend? And then Ken Schwaber. These are the two guys who came up with this. And they sat down and was like, okay, you know what? Let's give them certain we need some values, some pillars that will govern what they will do. So they came up with what is called Scrum pillars. So there are 3 Scrum pillars. 3 Scrum pillars. Transparency. I'm not gonna go into detail. Transparency, inspection, and adaptation. These are the 3 Scrum pillars. They said, let everybody see what is happening. They said, let's have time to always inspect what is being done. And if things go out of line, let us bring it back on track. That is what they are saying there. And then they came up with 5 Scrum values. They came up with 5 Scrum values. They also came up with, give me a minute. Just give me a minute quickly. Let me attend to this thing. Boom, boom. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Okay, so they came up with something that governs what they are doing, because this is a framework, this is a guide, right? They started with the 3 Scrum pillars. Oh, these are the 3 Scrum pillars: transparency, inspection, adaptation. And then 5 Scrum values. Okay, now the values actually refer to the people that will be in this Scrum, will be doing the Scrum, like the developers and all of these. What kind of people should they be? What kind of attitude should they bring to the table, right? So they came up with 5 attitudes, or 5 ways, 5 things that these people should portray. They said, okay, let them be committed to the work. So they say commitment. Let them be focused. Let's make sure that everybody's focused on the work at hand. Because since we are not doing a big, large work, let's focus on this small thing that we are doing, and everybody produces it. And while we are doing that, if something is wrong, be open, openness. They say, let's be open. Let's talk quickly if something is wrong so that we can help each other. And also, let's respect each other when we open up to what we are not able to do. But at the same time, let's all be courageous to do the hard things. So they came up with these 5 values. But here is the one that we usually remember: the 3 Scrum roles. Let's have it, right? The 3 Scrum roles. How many of you have heard of Scrum Master? That's the first Scrum role. How many of you have heard of Scrum Master? Anybody? How many of you have heard of Scrum Master? Huh? You've heard of Scrum Master? Aha, that is where it came from. So when you hear Scrum Master, it actually refers to Scrum. It means somebody who knows Scrum, and we teach you Scrum. And that's why some of our students become Scrum Master. So you don't need a Scrum Master. All you just need to know is no Scrum. And I'll tell you, somebody said I'm a certified Scrum Master. Thank you. So all you need to know is no Scrum. Okay, so these people said, okay, we need somebody that will be helping us with the process. They need to govern the process, make sure that things are being done properly, make sure they shield our workers, make sure they shield the people working on the project, make sure they are able to deal with external interferences, and they can handle any blocker that comes up. You see? So this Scrum Master makes sure that they do everything according to Scrum. And he guides the team. He guards and guides the team. He guards to guard someone, to guard the team, and to guide the team. So he deals more of the process. Okay, if he's dealing with the process, we need somebody that can deal with the product. So we call him the product owner. How many of you have heard that before? Product owner. It came from here. It came from here. All right. So this guy is going to deal with the product. He's going to make sure we are building the right thing at the right time. He makes sure that every time we are doing this iteration, we are always doing something valuable. Not that we go and pick something that is not valuable. This guy understands the business. He has been speaking with the business. What does that tell you? He looks like a business analyst, doesn't he? So, but they call him a product owner. And then lastly, the last is the people that will do the work, that will create the product. We call them the development team. So Scrum only sees these three roles: 1, 2, 3. And then Scrum says we will have 5 events during a particular iteration. We will have 5 events. The first, I'm not going to be too elaborate. I can, we usually go into in-depth. I'm just trying to do a crash thing here for you. So we'll go into 5 events. We'll do 5 events. The first event that we're going to do, okay? The first event we're going to do is the sprint. So they say, instead of us calling it iteration, let us give it our own special name so that they know that we have arrived. So they decided, let's call that iteration. You see that iteration 1, iteration 2. Let us call that iteration. Let's call it sprint. So it's going to be the duration of time. The duration of the iteration. We'll call it sprint. And they cannot go beyond 4 weeks. They cannot go beyond 4 weeks. So the sprint must be either 4 weeks or less than 4 weeks. So they can do it 1 week and do it consistently as 1 week throughout the project, maybe 1 week every time, 1 week. If you have a question, please throw it into the chat. They can do it 2 weeks, consistently 2 weeks. They can do it 3 weeks. They can do it 4 weeks, but they can't do 5 weeks because it's not accepted. They can only do 4 weeks or less. And each of these is called the iteration. So we call it the sprint. And the beginning of a sprint, okay, comes immediately after the end of a particular sprint. Quickly, let me go to the next one. The second one is called sprint planning. So they say, before we start this iteration called sprint, let's do a planning. Let's come together and plan. Let's plan what we want to build. So we are going to pick some of the features and we are going to talk about it. And then we are going to know what it takes, the effort. We're going to know what it takes to build it. This is what they will discuss in this meeting called the sprint planning. Now, there's a lot to say there, but again, I'm going to make it a little bit quick and short and simple, right? So they do this thing called the sprint planning, where they begin to talk about the things they want to do based on the priority. Now, from the sprint planning, you now have what is called the daily stand-up. Daily stand-up. Daily stand-up. So this is where once the sprint starts, everybody involved will be coming every day, daily. They come daily to a particular location or a particular link, okay, for 15 minutes. And they will talk about what they've done, what they did yesterday, what they are doing today, and if there is any blocker. Because if there's any blocker, then they would tell this guy called the Scrum Master so that the Scrum Master can help them to take the blocker away. So they do this thing called the daily stand-up, meet every day for inspection. Remember that the Scrum pillar said we need to find time to inspect all the time. And then after the daily stand-up, we have this one called number 4. After the daily stand-up, we have the sprint demo. Okay, here at the Skill Garage, we run all of these. Our sprint demo is usually on Tuesdays. Okay, so for those of you who are enrolled on the boot camp, you're going to go through all of this practically. You're going to go through the daily stand-up. You're going to go through the sprint demo. You're going to go through the sprint retro. You're going to go through all these things practically. We do them practically on the platform while we are engaged in the projects. Okay, so sprint demo. It's the sprint demo. So the sprint demo, this is where you will now demo or showcase what you guys have done in that 1 week, or what you guys have done in those 2 weeks, or what you guys have done in those 3 weeks, or what you guys have done in those 4 weeks. And then you will get feedback from the sponsor, the stakeholders, and all of that, right? So this is where you're going to showcase the work. And number 5 is called sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective. So the sprint retro, okay, is where you will bring your team together, okay? So the development team, the scrum master, and the product owner will come together and they will talk about what went well in the previous sprint, what did not go well. And then they will talk about what can we do to make things better going forward, meaning action points. What are the action we should take? So what are they doing? They are trying to make things better, empirical. That is why we say Scrum is empirical in nature, meaning they will have to learn from their previous experience and then use it to make the next sprint better. So by the time they are moving into the sprint 2, okay, they would have learned from sprint 1 and then they will make sprint 2 much better. So these are the 5 events that happens on Scrum. All right, what is the next one? The next one is Scrum artifacts. So for the Scrum artifacts, you have 3 Scrum artifacts. You have the product backlog. You have the product backlog, okay? So the product backlog, let's put this correctly. Product backlog. So product backlog contains everything you want to build. Everything you want to build. I'll show you an example, okay? So it contains everything that you want to build. And from the product backlog, you can, during the sprint planning, you're going to take some items here into what is called the sprint backlog. Okay, on the product backlog, you take some items into what? The sprint backlog. And this is what you guys are going to work on, this sprint backlog. When you move things from here into here, you guys will work on this. And then when you work on this, you are going to come up with something, right? We call it an increment. So you have this full thing that you're working on for the dating app. You take some part of it, maybe the registration, and you put it for sprint 1. And then you guys work on it and come up with an increment. And when you're done, you go to sprint 2. So now you have some more. You take another one into the backlog, and then you keep like, so you have 3 artifacts: product backlog, sprint backlog, and increment. So those are the 3 artifacts, okay? The 3 artifacts for Scrum. Now, that is all about Scrum. So this is how you run agile projects. You have all of these meetings. So when a BA tells you, I'm going to a meeting, his meeting can be Scrum sprint planning. I'm going to a meeting, his meeting can be sprint demo. I'm going to a meeting, his meeting can be sprint retrospective. Did I mention that? Oh, yes. Sprint retrospective. I'm going for a meeting. The meeting can be a daily stand-up, apart from the other meetings that he has with stakeholders. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, the next one is called Kanban. Now, I'm just going to be quick with that because, again, Kanban is popular, but not as popular as Scrum, okay? And next, I'm going to talk to you about the bootcamp, and then later, and then we're going to talk about requirements before we go. So there's one last topic I need to talk about, but I'm going to tell you about the bootcamp. For those of you who need to leave, I'll tell you about the bootcamp just in case you want to take part in the bootcamp. All right, so is the Kanban. Let's talk about Kanban. Now, with the Kanban, here's what happens with Kanban. Very simple. You have the product backlog here. You don't have a sprint backlog. What you do is what we call work in progress limit. So this is called work in progress limit. Okay, it's called work in progress limit. In fact, let me show you in reality what this looks like. Is that okay? So I'm going to show you quickly what this looks like. And then I'm going to take some time and walk you through for those of you. So I'm going to walk you through what this looks like quickly. Just give me a minute. Boom. So if you can see my screen, okay, you would see that this is a backlog here. All right. First and foremost, let me go into something that is Scrum related. Okay. So if I go to something that is Scrum related, for example, if I go into this project, okay, there's nothing in the backlog there. I think this project is almost done. Okay. So there's nothing in the backlog there. Let's talk about this project. Let's see if they have something in the backlog. Okay. So you see something in the backlog here, and then you move it into the sprint backlog. All right, where you are going to be working on it. And then when you start working, you'll have like an active sprint. And on your daily stand-up, you guys will be getting the update as to what is happening, what is not happening, and things like that, right? All this happens on the platform. Now, let me give you an example of Kanban. Now, this is Kanban, where you have all the product backlog. And you now move things into here. Please watch what happens. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. Can you see? You can see that red there. It's telling you that you've reached the maximum. So it uses what is called work in progress limit. When you move things into the columns, into development, there is a number of items you can take at a particular time. If you try to do more than that, it will tell you no. So that is the way Kanban works. So this is how you're going to work until you are able to, once you have, so for example, if you put more here, can you see? It's telling you that you are more than the work in progress limit. So move this away. Okay. By the time you are done with this and you have moved something here, that is when you should move another one here. All right. So all these things will practically teach you all these things using the board, the Jira, and all that stuff. So you're going to learn them practically. So basically, that is Kanban. Okay. That is Kanban for you. Okay. All right. Okay. So, any questions? Any questions at this point? Any questions at this point? Okay. All right. Because I'm about to take a quick break here where I'm going to tell you about the bootcamp that we have for June, July, for those of you in the UK, for those of you in Europe, and for those of you in North America. So we have a bootcamp starting soon. And for those of you who need exclusive access to the first week, please reach out to us. I think there would be a form that is being sent right now, like maybe an attendance form. Here, somewhere that you're going to see if you're interested in the bootcamp, you can put a yes there, and then we can reach out to you, all right, on that form. So please make sure you fill in that form if you are interested in the bootcamp. All right, so for the July, there are some gaps that we typically cover. Example, knowledge gap. We're giving you a lot of knowledge, in this, but there is much more to learn. There's a lot to unpack. All right. So some of the things that we cover is the knowledge gap, okay, where we thoroughly go through and help you understand every single bit, every detail with a structured curriculum, tutorials, workshops, practice sessions, discussion sessions, peer-to-peer, peer-to-mentor, all right? We help you cover those gaps from a knowledge perspective, but knowledge is not enough. So we take you through experience, where you do the real work. These are company-sponsored projects. So you work on company-sponsored projects that you can actually use on your resume. You can actually use those to get a job besides your experience from your previous job. Remember that we're going to also help you use your experience from your previous role. All right. So it means you're not just coming as, zero experience, right? Yeah. So we're going to help you apply that and apply the knowledge on personal projects, company-sponsored projects, in-house internships, participate in labs, practical experience. It is very key. All right? Okay. And then from there, we go into your job readiness, where we make you equipped for the role. And that is why you see our students always succeeding. The resume coaching is a clinic. Okay, it's a clinic. So this one, we go into elaborate details. We help you understand the tools. We help you understand. So the resume coaching would look at your transferable skills. It will look at your current job and help you to put your resume together and structure it for the job market. And then interview prep and LinkedIn optimization, so that you are LinkedIn optimization for your visibility. And then we go into networking, all right? Because there are certain people who help us with jobs and they can reach out to us. We've had people reach out to us for jobs in Calgary, and we have certain events that, we can bring people together. For example, we have an event with a hiring manager for project management, right? Coming up, we're going to announce the date very soon. So please, if you're not on the community WhatsApp group, please get on the community WhatsApp group. Lebechi is going to put that in the chat. Lebechi, you posted to host and panelist. Can you post to everyone? What you posted was to host and panelist. Can you please post it to everyone so that they can see? All right. Lebechi, please post to everyone. You posted to the host and panelist, so I don't think they can see what you're posting. So if you can post to everyone. Let me do that quickly. She's there. I hope you guys can see. So you can click on that form and let us know. Lebechi, are you there? If you're there, just let me know. And you can put in the WhatsApp community. All right, put in the WhatsApp communities in the group and let people join, those that are not in the community. So we have some of these events, referrals from some of our alumni. Okay, they send us a job for our community, and we're able to pick certain serious people to join those, to apply to those roles. All right. Okay, that's how we guarantee that you can succeed. And then we also support you all the way. All right, from on-the-job support to your growth blueprint, to joining our tech transition groups, engaging with our career counselors. Sometimes, going through this thing is emotional. All right, so we can help support you through all of that process. We can help support you through that process. Now, how do we help you win in today's job market? Because so many people complain about the job market. So, and I've mentioned this before. Now, you can't just be an I-shaped employee. No, that's not how the world works these days. You need to be you have to be garnished on multiple fronts, right? So what we do is, instead of just giving you business analyst training, all right, we help you with the business analyst training. We give you product ownership training. You learn about project methodologies, risk and issues, and how to report that. That's a lot. Then you learn about product management, and then we also give you SQL, data, SQL, Power BI, and Excel. Those three things. All right. So at the time you're coming out, you're not putting your eggs in one basket. And this is how students are able to, focus on multiple things at the same time and be able to get a job in record time. All right. So you're not putting your eggs in one basket as just a BA. You're a BA, you're a PO, you're a Scrum Master. You can be any of these things at any time and a combination of everything at any time. Okay, so that is how you are able to win. So how much does this cost? Oh, cool. Thank God you asked. All right. So like I said, from the knowledge where you learn business analysis, product ownership, data analysis, access to recordings for life, all the recordings you have access to is going to be for life. You're going to have access to our self-paced course. You're going to have access to the data module. Typically, when with about 15 people in our cohort, we are able to arrange typically live data programs. And we typically have some of this live data training. For example, the Power BI training, the Excel training, we typically have some of these live trainings going on from time to time, and you can be a part of that. All right. Now, practical skills. You learn practical skills. You can do up to 2 live projects. Lebechi, can you please put in the WhatsApp link, please, if you can, so that they can join the community. So you have the practical that you're not paying for that. It's $0 if you're not paying for that. You can build your work experience portfolio on our platform, and then you're going to go through coaching. We have interview prep videos. I showed you an interview question bank. You have the general coaching sessions. You have the interview session one-on-one. You have the resume clinic one-on-one. That also, you are not going to be paying a dime for that. Okay? Completely, you're not paying a dime for that. Okay? And then for networking, you're not paying a dime for that. We typically have like fireside chats from time to time, and then the support that you get for the road. All right. Most of our students come to, okay, somebody's asking, is it paid bootcamp? Yes, it is a paid bootcamp, and that has been answered. All right. Okay, so that is that. You can actually find detail. So give me a minute. You can actually find detail on the website. So if you go on the website, you can actually find detail of what you're going to be getting on the website. Just go to skillgarage.com/courses/business analysis, and you are able to actually get details of the course. You can download the brochure. You're going to see a detailed brochure of everything you're going to learn. It's going to be broken down from week 1 to week 2 to week 3 to week 4. Everything is structured and well broken down in those 10 weeks. All right. Now, for those of you who want to start free, meaning you want to start your week 1 for free, please reach out to us or fill the form that has been sent to you. Then you can start week 1 for free, just in case you're still in that phase of indecision, right? You can see some of the success stories here, the tools that you're going to be learning. You can see the breakdown from week 1 to week 2 to week 3 to week 4 to week 6, 7, 8, and all of that. You can see all of those details there. And if you still want to do a skill mapping session, want to know how your skill fits, go here and do that. You can watch some of our success stories and see real humans talk about their real success stories. All right, you can see a couple of them, and you want to know the dates. Of course, these are the dates: 27th of June for the North America. So if you're in Canada or US, we have one coming up next Friday. Okay, the dates, the time will be Fridays and Saturdays. So on Fridays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then on Saturdays, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. All right. If you would like to join the first week for free, you're still on the fence, although you may lose out from our discount, that's still okay. Please click on this and speak with a learning advisor or use any of the mediums given on the website. Now, if you're in the US, a one-time payment is $1,800. If you're in Canada, it's 2,500 Canadian dollars. If you are in Europe, you will also see your timing here. Yours starts on the 8th of July, so you still got more time to prepare. You have your on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 7 p.m. your time. Okay, 7 p.m. BST, and at both times, Tuesdays and Thursdays. All right. Now, if you're in Europe, this is how much it costs in euro, and this is how much it costs in pounds. And you are able to pay, all right. You are able to pay for now. For those of you who had a scholarship and we didn't go through, your program will be starting at some point. Like the data analysis program will start up at some point. So we're going to talk about that in another but you cannot move it over if there's criteria to do so. All right. And we'll let you know what that criteria is. If you reach out to our office, if you reach out to AMA, we'll let you know what that criteria is. But anyways, back to the conversation. This is how much you pay for if you're paying in British pounds, and this is how much you pay. You can do a 3-time installment payment, and you can do also a 5-time installment payment on any of the different, if you're on any of the different regions, okay? All right. What else am I to say? I want to give you a discount. Okay, for those that have made up their minds, there are a few things I'm going to be doing here. So please take note. I'm going to be giving you a discount. Now, for those of you who are looking to join the bootcamp, I'm giving you a 50% discount if you're making a payment in the next 24 hours. If you're making a payment and commitment in the next 24 hours, give me a minute. Sorry, I wasn't showing my screen, was I? My screen was not, I don't think you guys were seeing my screen. I think my screen was on pause. Did you guys see my screen at all? I was going through everything here. Were you guys seeing my screen? Or it was on pause? You did? Oh, it wasn't on pause. I thought my screen was on pause. Okay, thank God you saw my screen. I thought it was on pause. So if you are making a payment in the next 24 hours, we are going to give you a discount. Okay, you can use FAST. Now, if you're in the US, it's going to show you in your currency. Okay, I'm not in the US, that's why it's not showing me in my currency. I'm in Canada. If you're in Europe, it's going to show you in your currency. So you use the code FAST50, meaning this fast crash course, the fast crash course, FAST50, and that is going to apply a 50% discount for you. Okay, it's going to apply a 50% discount for you. I don't know why it's booting. Let me refresh. I think it's taking some time to apply that. Okay, good. So it's going to apply 50% discount, and this expires in the next 24 hours, meaning by midnight tomorrow, it's going to be off the table. That offer is going to be off the table because it's not, it's a stretch for us, right? So that 50% is going to be off the table. But for those of you who cannot meet the 50%, we're going to make it 25% available for you, just in case you still want to join. We make it 25% available for you. And this is only available if you're making a one-time payment. We're going to give you all the details. If you're making a one-time payment afterwards, this is going to be available till the end of June. All right, if you're making a one-time payment. If you're making an installment payment, we are going to give you a 20% discount to the end of June. Okay, so you come here and do FAST 20. Just remember that any discount you're looking for, just put FAST and then 20, FAST, and whatever discount you're looking for. All right, so that is going to give you a 20% discount off the installment, and you have up till the end of the month. Remember, you can join the first week of the bootcamp without having to commit or make a payment, but it would be nice if you can take advantage of this discount. So just to help you see everything that we have here, before I go into the next things that we have for today, here is a summary of that discount. So you have a 50% discount. You can take a screenshot of this. We will definitely send it to you. You can take a screenshot of this. If you're making a payment in the next 24 hours, you can go on the website and apply the FAST50. You will get a 50% discount right away. Okay. If you are making a one-time payment, but you can't do it within the next 24 hours, maybe, oh no, I just got to know about you yesterday. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. All right, we'll give you a 25% discount one time. if you're making a one-time payment. If you can't make a one-time payment, you're making a 3-time payment, we'll give you a 20% discount. Now, there's another one that I will give to you. Okay? So listen to this one carefully, because you can take advantage of the 50% discount if you still want it after 24 hours. But here's what you have to do. It's an Instagram TikTok challenge. So what you're going to do is you make a video telling us what you learned from this fast track and why you want to join the BA Bootcamp. It doesn't have to be more than a minute, all right? Or a minute and a half. It doesn't have to be too much. You post it on Instagram and TikTok, you tag us, you follow us. You don't have to post it on LinkedIn, because I know some of you don't want your employers to see you, but that's fine. Post it on Instagram, post it on TikTok, tag us, tag the Skill Garage. Make sure you're following us. Send us proof, maybe in the community, or you send it directly to our Instagram chat, and you will get the discount code, because Fast 50 would have been gone by then. But we're going to send you, once we see everything is in place, we're definitely, it means that you actually want this, right? So we're going to send you a discount code where you can make a payment in and get that 50%. I think that's a fair deal, right? So make sure you go grab your phone, make a video, tell us what you learned from the fast track course, how valuable this was for you, and then tell us why you want to join the BA Bootcamp, or why you need the 50% in short, and you tag us to that video, post it, and we will go from there. Is that okay? All right. Did we get everything we needed to get? Any questions before I move to the last set of things that I need to say in this, and then we can wrap up? Any questions regarding payments, regarding the bootcamp? Do you have any questions? Now, for those of you who need something different, you say, oh, I am already, so maybe you could say something like, I already did a bootcamp, right? Now, we have something for you, okay? If you already did a bootcamp and you spent more than $1,000 on that bootcamp, we want to support you. If you spend more than $1,000 on the bootcamp, you have to show us proof. All right. We have something we call what is that? Is it the activators deal? So we will give you a discount of $1,000, at least $1,000. Yes, if you 1,000 Canadian dollars, right? If you can show us proof that you did a bootcamp that cost more than $1,000. So we are able to, because it then shows that you're very serious and you're taking your professional development very seriously. And we know people spend a lot these days on professional development. So we want to help you, at least support you on that end, instead of you having to pay the full price or the full cost, or if you miss the discount deadline. And this happens at any time, all right? So even if there is no discount running and you show us that you've done a bootcamp before, we have a way of fact checking all these things. So you can't come play smart, just know that, all right? So once we're able to confirm that you did something of that nature and this is how much you actually paid, we will definitely help you come on the program. Okay? All right. Let's move to the next thing. How long is the program? Oh, good question. How long is the program? It's 10 weeks for the training, where you do peer-to-peer, mentor-to-peer, you do your, exercises, you do everything that you need to do in the program. It's 10 weeks, all right? And then once you're done with the 10 weeks, we'll now introduce you to the project, okay? with the duration of the project. So this is where you will start creating, you will now start using your practical, you will now do the real thing. Okay, you do the real thing. For example, yesterday we introduced a new project yesterday, where there's somebody brought a project for us, an institution. I won't mention the name. An institution brought us a project. So our March group are actually working on that project right now, and it has to do with a lot of RFIDs, barcode scanning, and things like that, effective processing. So we have those projects, and once you're done with the 10 weeks, we will then fit you into one of these projects, right? With your cohort. And then you guys can work on that while you are actively applying to a job. So while you're applying to a job, you're not just sitting idle doing nothing. You're actually refreshing every single thing you've learned, all right, in that process. Now, one of the things you need to also know is that you have 12 months to complete your live session. What do I mean by that? So say, for example, you're going through the training and something happened. Okay, maybe you lost a loved one, you needed to travel, you lost 3 weeks of classes. What we do is that we allow you come into the session again, take another cohort, right? Within 12 months without paying an extra dime. All right. Okay, but terms and conditions will apply. All right, meaning that you would have paid your fees, or you'll continue paying your fees if you're if you're paying installment. So we give you 12 months. We don't ask you for extra fee if you're joining, right? But the access to your recordings, you will have lifetime access to it. Lifetime, except our policy changes, but it is not changing anytime soon. So you get lifetime access to it. Does that make sense? You also get access to a self-paced course just in case you want to go faster. So all these things I'm teaching, you will have access to a separate course which is self-paced, just in case you cannot wait. You are too eager to do, because we have a lot of people who got jobs in their 5th week, in their 3rd week. So what they do is that they just fast track their learning on the self-paced, and they come to us to put their resume together, and they start applying on time. And then they get the jobs. People like EJ, people like Yvonne, people like Dr. Kristen, they all got jobs within 10 weeks, right? Why? Because they used that fast track process of going through the self-paced and doing all of these other things. So if you want to do that, you are more than welcome to also do that. Is that okay? All right. Let's begin to wrap up. I'm going to go into the last thing we have for today, and we will end this fast track session there. And if you need to reach out to us, please, you have the details through which you can reach out. We know we don't give, this is a free course, right? This is a free session. Someone is asking for participation attendance certificate. If you need a certificate for this session, which obviously I'm not sure you should need one. I wouldn't know why you want one. If you want us to give you one, you have to pay 49 Canadian dollars for that. All right. But this session is completely free. It's open to everyone. The same thing with the recordings. We're going to share the recordings with you. You don't have to pay a dime. By the time we have the recording up, we are going to share the links with you. Okay. It's most likely going to be on YouTube. So please follow us on YouTube. Go to our YouTube channel at The Skill Garage and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Okay. We'll be posting that on the YouTube channel. But if you need a certificate of attendance, like somebody is just asking me about the certificate of attendance or participation, that is an extra. We typically don't do that. But if you need it for some reason, that's fine. It's going to cost you 49 Canadian dollars. All right, quickly, let me begin to wrap up this session quickly, and we can all call it a day. Okay. Let's see. Let me know when my stuff is up. Okay. Can you see my screen? If you can see my screen, please just say yes. You can see my screen. So this is going to be the last bit. It's called requirements engineering. And this is where I'm going to end for tonight. Now, remember, why is requirement engineering very important? What is it? What is requirement engineering? So requirement engineering basically is how you deal with requirements. Remember, I talked about requirements. So basically, you're going to be defining the software requirements or the project requirements. You're going to be documenting it. And defining, you mean you're eliciting those requirements, you're analyzing those requirements, okay? You're going to be eliciting the requirements, you're going to be analyzing those requirements, all right? And then you're going to be documenting those requirements, and you're going to be maintaining those requirements in the sense that things can change along the line. You see, things can change along the line. They can come tomorrow and say, oh, we need this or we need that, right? So in maintaining the requirements, you may need to be able to track and trace that requirement. You may need to be able to update the requirement, all right? All these things I'm just teaching you very simply. But trust me, there is definitely a lot to most of the things that I'm saying, okay? All right? There's definitely a lot to some of these things that I'm saying. Just give me a quick minute here. Let me see what we're saying here. All right, so okay, so requirement engineering is the point where now you've gathered all the requirements. There's a way to document it. There's a way to communicate it. What I usually tell the students is, I can summarize the job of a BA with 3 C's. First, you collect requirements. You collate the requirements. There's a lot that happens in that collate, and then you communicate. So requirements. Now, the process of doing all of this, of eliciting that requirement, of, analyzing the requirement. And in analyzing the requirement, you may want to verify that the requirement is complete, that is actually what they asked you to do, okay? You want to verify from your business, from the client, from the, all this is going to be part of your verification process, right? And once you analyze and everything is good, you take a complex requirement and you break it down into a smaller requirement, right? You will also need to document it for reference purpose. And there are different types of documentation. In business analysis, you will document 2 types of requirements. You document high-level requirements, like I showed you, and you document detail-level requirements. In a waterfall environment, because you will be dealing with a lot of requirements at a time, okay, you will be dealing with documentations like BRD, what we call business requirement document. Okay, and in this business requirement document, we have some of these documents that our students have produced. You will see, they will tell you about the project. They'll tell you about, the background of the project, the objectives of the project, the people involved in the project, the scope of the project, the high-level requirements of that project. You can pick up this document and have a glance of what this project is about from a high level. You can see what we need to implement at a high level. All right, the BRD will give you that. Remember, you have to put everything at once before you move on to the next one where you put in the detail. And in a waterfall environment, you will put that in an FRD. This FRD is the functional requirement document. Okay, so for the high level, let's do that again quickly. So you have waterfall, high level, and then you have detail. You have the BRD, you have the FRD. Some call it the SRS, maybe System Requirement Specification, okay? What they are actually telling you is that you are going to put in the detail here, and there's a way to do that. So that is I have to show you that in a more detailed program, in a more detailed course where I will break all this down to you. So you take all those things you've collected. Now you're going to put this in this information book. Now, it's different with an agile environment. Sometimes with an agile environment, you can have the high-level requirements put in a BRD, okay? Or you can just have it in a project charter. or you can have it in an SOW. Okay, sometimes it's in a statement of work. Sometimes it comes in a project brief. It just depends. The most important, or sometimes it can come in an FVM, feature value matrix. All these things I have to go into the details for this. It sometimes can, with Agile, you just need to know what you are doing, and then you just move straight into a more detailed conversation, right? Which here you will now start talking about user stories and acceptance criteria. Okay, so this is a way of writing your detailed requirements. We call it user stories and acceptance criteria. What is a user story? A user story is you saying what the user wants in the voice of the user. For example, if the user wants to be able to log in, you will say, as a user, I want to log in, or I want to be able to log in, whichever one you say. I want to log in, or I want to be able to log in so I can access my account. So this is the structure. As a role, I want to perform an action, or I need a feature so that I can have a particular benefit or value. Okay, benefit. So this is the user story structure. So this is how you're going to, and I showed you an example when we were talking about, writing requirements for the designer. You remember? I showed you an example. So you write this, but this does not give us the detail of how to log in. So this is where you will now write the acceptance criteria. For example, if you tell your tailor, your fashion designer, I need a dress, it shouldn't end there. You should tell the fashion designer, this dress should have buttons here. It should have this there. It should have here. Now you are giving the acceptance criteria, meaning that what I want you to do for me that will make me accept this thing, right? So you now begin to put the acceptance criteria. And then you put the first acceptance criteria, you put the second acceptance criteria, you give the third, as many acceptance criteria as you have on that requirement, you put it there. So the agile way of doing things usually uses user story and acceptance criteria. And that is the way we do most of the documentation. Now, this is the part where I really cannot do a fast track. It cannot be fast tracked. I can't fast track a user story for you, but I can tell you the structure of a user story, the structure of an acceptance criteria. For example, I've just given you the structure of a user story. As a user, I want to log in so that I can. So that is the structure of a user story. An acceptance criteria can be written in form of a Gherkin syntax that also has a structure, or as a plain language sentence, plain sentence. Okay, so these are some of the things that I teach in the more detailed program, where we now begin to break things down into concepts like, you begin to hear concepts like epic. Epic is a very big, high-level requirement. Okay, that is an epic. All right, and then you break this down into a user story or into a task, an activity, and so on. So most of these things I typically would teach you on a more detailed program. I show you how to put all of this in the tool, for example, Jira, Confluence, and I will show you some other kind of documentation like test cases. Okay, how do you create test cases? And some of this other documentation. So that is what requirement engineering is about. And this is one of the core aspects of what you do as a BA. You are going to collect that requirement through elicitation. You're going to analyze it through several techniques. You're also going to verify that it is right. And then after verifying, you would document it for reference. Okay, after documenting it and it has been implemented, you will now validate it to make sure that they built the right thing. So this whole process is the requirement cycle, requirement life cycle. If you understand that and understand some of the things that we have said in detail, and you know how to use some of the tools, for example, we teach you how to use Jira. You should know how to use Confluence for documentation. You should know how to use maybe Visio or draw.io for diagramming. Maybe you can wireframe using Balsamiq, okay, and know how to interact with tools like Miro and the rest. So most of these tools we are also going to teach, all right? But in this fast track course, it is not possible to do so. So here is where I rest my case, and I want to believe that with what I've been able to show you and highlight to you in the past, how many hours now? 3 hours? 2 hours? Okay, I'm kidding. Maybe 3 hours. You are able to see, all right, and you're able to see how this works. You are able to have a good idea, all right, of business analysis as a whole. Is that okay? All right. Thank you. Now I can take your questions. If you would like to say something, you would like to ask a question, I can unmute you. You can ask your questions. I'll be here for another 10 minutes and I can, explain more things to you. Now, if you say, I do not have money to go for a boot camp, that's fine. The idea here is to give back. The idea here is for you to be able to, like I told you about Lillian, she was smart about her stuff. She used some of the information that we had here. And in the next 2 weeks, she came back and said, Michael, I got a job based off the information that you gave us on Saturday, right? So you can decide to do a self-learning from there, but make sure that you're not going into more confusion, all right? Because there's a lot of information out there for you to deal with and for you to stack up on themselves, right? But if you're coming for the boot camp, we've made it available for you to be able to join using different formats, especially with strategically giving you discounts at different points, so that you are able to come in. We would love to have you on the program and love to hear your success story, like the rest of our other students. Okay. All right. Any questions? Any questions? No question. Was it well? Okay. How many of you came in, you were new to business analysis, but now you have a good understanding of what we've said? You have a good understanding of what we've said so far. You have a good understanding. It's clear to you, a good understanding of everything we've said so far. How many of you? You're replying, most of you are replying to me. You should reply to everybody so that they can see. Yeah. Please, the bootcamp also 10. Yes, the bootcamp is 10 weeks. I mentioned that the bootcamp is 10 weeks. So yeah, the bootcamp is 10 weeks. So we're gonna meet weekly, twice a week, 2 hours each time we meet. And yeah, that's how we run the bootcamp. If you need more details, please reach out to us and we are able to give you more detail about the program. Any other question? Any other question? All right. If there are no questions, thank you so much. Thank you, Lebechi, for staying on the call. Thank you for everyone who participated. I'm always saying thank you to Rossman. Oh, he's not here. He has left. But thank you so much for everyone who joined. And I hope to see you on the program. I hope to see you get your success story soon. Bye for now, and I'll catch you when I catch you. Bye for now, everyone.